Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia vi dà il benvenuto all'Auditorium Human Technopole. A 2 mesi dalla COP26 un confronto sul ruolo del mondo delle costruzioni e dell'immobiliare per il contrasto al riscaldamento globale. Il settore dell'edilizia è responsabile di circa il 39% delle emissioni globali di CO2, di cui il 10% è rappresentato dalle emissioni incorporate nei materiali e nei processi di costruzione. La neutralità climatica del costruito, dei suoi edifici e delle sue infrastrutture gioca un ruolo chiave nella lotta alla crisi climatica e nella piena realizzazione di una transizione ecologica equa, sostenibile e inclusiva e per spingere il nostro Paese in una decisa decarbonizzazione. Grazie all'azione di GBC Italia e di altre 9 organizzazioni internazionali, i temi della neutralità climatica del costruito saranno oggetto di una giornata esclusivamente dedicata a Cities, Regions and Built Environment nell'agenda di COP26 di Glasgow. Con l'obiettivo di connettere tutte le componenti del mondo delle costruzioni e dell'immobiliare, sarà presentato oggi il manifesto di GBC Italia per COP26, un impegno di responsabilità condivisa con tutti i soggetti della nostra Green Community e rivolto a sensibilizzare tutti gli stakeholder di GBC Italia. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Driving the Change.
Signore e signori, buongiorno, benvenuti all'auditorium di Palazzo Italia. Quello che fu l'Expo Milano 2015 oggi era.
This is the building that was the hallmark of Expo Milan 2015. This is a research hub, advanced research hub that Italy boasts even for the future. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to meet you in person. And this is what I said to Mrs. Mari and also Mr. Capaccioli. We met a lot online. These events were crucial, and there are even people following us online right now to keep our brains abreast of what's going on, but we also must keep alive the connection amongst all of us. All events concerning ecological transition, and as to us, the willingness to work hard on a steady basis. Again, online and streaming events were very important, but to meet in person is even more important, and especially here in Milan, because of the pre-COP26 meeting, and also because Greta Thunberg and Vanessa Nakateke, who spoke a few days ago at Milan Youth for Climate event. Milan has become the hub of different kind of reasoning. Very many young people took to the streets, and there were also very many that discussed the problems of climate change during the 3 days of the event in the presence of our Prime Minister Mario Draghi and the President of the Italian Republic. What is the risk that we are running, though, with these meetings, that we either are at a conflictual level because we cannot pretend that we can avoid rhetoric, so we have to do something for climate, there is no planet B, etc. But I would like to thank Green Buildings Council for organizing this meeting, because these kinds of events are a response to this kind of risk, because if it is true that it is important to raise awareness in public opinion, and the role is for young people to play this, do this. But we also need to give answers, because what is new about this youth movement, such as Fridays for Future, is that young people have come back to the dimension of protest demonstrations, very fierce ones. What do you do for us? Greta Thunberg said that you're just doing blah, blah, blah. But today we'll try and understand what kind of a practical response we can give in the field of a built environment, the response that concern our life today and not tomorrow. At the end of 4 days in Milan, where we said that we heard that young people protests because we just do blah, blah, blah. Here Instead, we'll be giving a very practical response, and this is a matter of fact. As I said before, this is going to be our connecting thread, our red thread for the day. So this is the frame, the backdrop, and this is an appeal to everybody's accountability. But to try and now come to the details of the day, I'd like to invite Marco Mari, who is president of GBC Italy. Before leaving the floor to you, please come here at the center stage. Why? Let's keep social distancing. Why did I highlight the need to give answers to young people? Grown-ups are energetically asked, and this was very important on young people's side, so we are asked to do something practical. Today we'll be hearing about these solutions, and this has already started. This is what I wanted to hear from you, because some of these policies, many of these policies are already in place in the built environment world. Here with us, Land-Lease representatives. In its bylaws, Land-Lease aims at reaching zero net emissions within the time limits given. Thank you for your ability you have in leading our, moderating our session. And indeed, as you said, it is a matter of understanding what we already achieved, because it is plenty. We are not very good storytellers, actually, in our country, and we should become better at that. Today, we'll be focusing first on policies, and the second part on the Italian leadership. Both are key. We have to understand what is the direction to be followed. We need tools to measure what we achieved. For instance, in Green Building Council Italy, this event is organized by Green Building Council World. And this is the largest community of built environment representatives. So it is within such a framework that we needed to tell our story, because in Italy we are good at doing things, so we are less good at speaking about what we do. You mentioned the red three, whether it is green or thread is not important, but without without the single beads, the thread is useless. And so to quote Pope Francis, nobody can be saved per se, because we are often used to breaking news and those news that catch the attention, but this is not enough. We need tools, and we need to develop policies and acknowledge what is the leadership role that we played. As Snoopy once wrote that one day we realize that the neighbor's grass is plastic, made of plastic. So we are good, we have a good know-how, but in a humble manner, we should be measuring what we achieve, relying on accurate tools. That's why we are working on the regionalization of protocols such as LEED or other standards and protocols, because we need to measure and adopt a tool that can be used everywhere. And if we accept this challenge, we suddenly realize that we are outstanding. Italy enjoys a leadership in the adoption of these protocols, environmental protocols. We are ranking second in Europe, and this is not told as a story. And another outstanding thing is that when you realize that the percentage of built environment with the highest performance with respect to the number of buildings certified, is the highest in Italy across the world, then we can say we are no longer pizza and mandolin, but we are something else. We are richer than that, and we can start a conversation, though with great humility. So because we might have lost our ability to build well for some time, but our cultural roots are very deep. Because once we spoke about state-of-the-art rules, and this was something whereby everybody wanted to do things in an accurate manner. So we should go back to our know-how, to our cultural roots, so that this can become more visible. And this is something important. Marco, now I leave the floor to you as up. But you gave us important insights. This aspect about storytelling is very important. We'll have your presentation and many others. We define this as introductory remarks, but they are not just this one, because they are setting the context so that everybody, even those who are not skilled in this field, like myself, to develop a story about ourselves so as to become visible, more visible. Marco Mari, President of Green Building Council, Italy. Just a few pieces of information, because I really would like to limit myself to some opening remarks. This is my gratitude extended to all the members of Green Building Italy. It's a gratitude to all the participants in the World Green Building Council, and this is also gratitude towards colleagues who are sharing a vision and the practical tools with us. We believe that to move in a direction of sustainability is key. It is key to tackle complexity, to grapple with complexity, because we often provide one-way solutions in a simple manner. When you have a hole, the very simple solution is to have a cap, but the cap might generate further problems just across the street. So we can no longer speak about energy, even though this is crucial. Let's speak about decarbonization then, but what type of decarbonization do we want to achieve? And just thinking of reducing the emission impact makes us understand that there are different components, different factors to be taken into consideration. It is important to remember that we live in buildings, and to live in buildings means that we breathe the air in buildings, and WHO has been telling us that airway diseases are the third causes of death worldwide, and this is why it is important to remember that buildings should also be healthy. And this is a topic that should not be neglected, should not be set aside, because this Italian ability to drive the momentum through investments made us understand that we need a good shell of the building to reduce energy consumption. The shell is the best tool. Yesterday I was at a TV show, and there was those who said that nuclear energy is greener, others said that it is renewables that are cleaner. The greener one is the one that you not use up, that you don't consume. So let's reduce our energy consumption and demand. It's like salt. It's a matter of understanding how much energy do we need, and it should be from renewable sources. This kind of approach that is part of a complex system is exactly what features Italian building industry. Complexity has been increasing, and protocols and standards are the tools we have to make this approach to the market more measurable and to compare the various performances, understanding what is the building that achieved the worst or best absolute values, sustainability values. Further levels of complexity have been added because our community, first and foremost, identified a very simple type of thinking. Let's learn from international best practices, let's implement existing tools, and let's improve these things. This is key. Heritage is much felt in Italy. We would lose a lot by destroying Roman houses, even though they are not energy efficient, because the cultural aspect is important. UNESCO is telling us that it is cultural heritage that can reduce the number of wars. To know whom you are, exchange this information with the rest of the world, can make us more peaceful. If you eliminate cultural roots, then very many social problems can be caused. So we can't stop complexity. We're going beyond that. There was no protocol on a green building connected to the renovation of historical buildings. Now we have this protocol. Italy has prepared it, and this will be made international. We realize that in Italy there are other kinds of difficulties, amongst them earthquakes. On a positive note, the largest reconstruction construction yard in Europe is in Italy. A lot of money is being allocated, the same amount of money that we are getting from Next Generation Europe. So the earthquake can be an important topic. To what an extent can this become part of the total quality when the building is more resilient to earthquakes? That's why we decided to interface ourselves with the US friends, and they said, we already have a protocols, it's called RELI, and it covers hurricanes, typhoons, etc., no earthquakes. So we went beyond that, and we prepared the GBC flat apartment houses, adding the earthquakes amongst the various elements to be considered. These components are important. They can be adjusted to the various regional realities. Again, we are going even further. We realize that no international protocol in the world had this component. Then we can become innovators, providing a best practice that can be supplemented to the protocol. And I close because I already stole much of the time allocated to me. I would like to thank all the members who will be attending this meeting, who strongly supported us. And I would like to remind you that this is not the only one. We started with G20 environment. We supported it, sponsored it, introducing added value. And this pre-COP moment should bring us to reiterate the importance of the built environment in the backdrop of decarbonization to achieve a world and European objectives. And also allow me to remind you that we are people. So we need to thank all those who contributed to the organization of this meeting, World Green Building Council staff. We are a small organization, and organizing these events is hard work for a few people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Marco Mari, President. We shall meet again, and you shall come back to the stage. And mentally, thanks to you, have written down notes. What you've heard is of big value, and it goes beyond the sphere of the meeting of this morning. Another lesson we should all learn. Verticalization is one of the leading aspects in our time, along with specialization. However, the extremes, as usual, are difficult to handle. Those that can do just one thing wonderfully, even if they are bold, wonderful leaders just in that field, in the long term, they may not do it. That's why what he said is important. He reminded us that without adequate storytelling, ability to communicate what we do, also when you are leaders, you can be a leader, but you cannot communicate to the public at large, most people listening to us. And we don't have part of our fundamental mission because we just devote attention to what we can do well, our comfort zone. What was said is of great value. And Mr. Mari spoke about GBC World. It's 70 green building councils all over the 5 continents. I say 5. How many continents do you cover from memory? Can you tell me? Almost all of them. Perhaps you're not yet in the Antarctica, but you shall get there. And some way or other, I hope you won't, because it means we don't have an emergency there. The role of international coordination is of crucial importance for the reasons I mentioned, because it means transferring best possible experience from one country to the other, from one continent to the other. The exchange of information from the dawn of times, it made a difference in advanced civilizations, and those civilizations that were bound to wither. That's why one of the first connections is important with Cristina Gamboa, CEO, World Green Building Council. Cristina is with us.
Hello, everyone. Hello from London.
Thanks for your time. Vorrei invitare
And I'd like to invite to the stage, before giving the floor to Cristina Gamboa, Stephen Richardson, Director, European Regional Network. Is it right? Can you join us? There is. Sorry. Good morning. Please come. So while we'll listen to Cristina Gamboa being connected from London, then we shall give the floor to Mr. Richardson that shall complete this line of thought that we have just started, this fundamental exchange of information and experience all along the 5 continents, 70 green building councils all over the world. Cristina Gamboa.
Be with you today and hear all the celebration of what we stand for, and also the kind words of the network. I have the privilege of representing the World Green Building Council. Right now, we have 72 green building councils all over the world. I do think in every continent, as you were saying. And I would like to take this opportunity to share the celebration this is and the important event you're doing for the pre-COP26 that is happening today also in Italy, and I hope this Milano event will add on to the conversation and the agenda. Because we know the built environment can be part of the solution of the climate change emergency. And as we speak, leaders are gathering, finding ways to ramp up ambition. So our economies, our sectors, half emissions by 2030. Today, the change is not enough. For every $100 spent in new construction worldwide, only 3 go into efficient buildings, meaning that we are not currently in a trajectory to be compliant with a 1.5-degree scenario. We also know we're not in a good place with the scale of retrofitting buildings, of course, including historical buildings, to be part of this journey. Also, governments, I have the task today, and as we go into COP26, to have and come to the realization that the built environment has to be more ambitious in its goals. Currently, the nationally determined contributions as they stand today will take us to only a 16% decrease in emissions by 2030. That would be far. There's still chance. Out of the 186 NDCs that the United Nations has received, 136 countries do mention buildings, 53 countries mention building energy codes, building energy efficiency, and 38 energy codes. But we know that's not enough. Without true government leadership, there won't be the necessary ways to track and improve performance, because we are here talking about a performance gap. So what are we doing about it? From World GBC, we have been keen to accelerate progress this year. And my call to all of you is that we all can individually move the needle towards advancing net zero, and of course, collaborating to accelerate decarbonization in Italy and beyond. What World GBC has been doing is, one, updating our programs on decarbonization to go further, faster. This includes a recent update of our net zero buildings carbon commitment, which I encourage every company in the sector in Italy to sign on. It now addresses embodied carbon, not only operational carbon, meaning that we are addressing whole life impact of our buildings. And that is the key message from us today. You will hear in a minute from my colleague, Stephen Richardson, Director of the European Network, about what the Building Life project is doing across Europe, with the great support of philanthropies, IKEA Foundation, Laudes Foundation. And we're showing in this cross-sector collaboration with the leadership of our GBCs, including Italia GBC, that a net zero built environment is possible, that it is necessary that we are all using our carbon budget as a financial budget, that we encourage transparency, disclosure, life cycle assessments, and that we also partner up with campaigns. Second thing we've been doing, major advocacy campaigns, Building to COP campaign, where we are collaborating to set an agenda for cities, regions, and built environment at COP26. As it was mentioned in the introduction, it's 5 years after Paris, 6 years with the pandemic, but we now have the chance to tell to political leaders worldwide, this sector needs prioritization in the agenda of climate change. And second, we will demonstrate from what we can do now is business leadership, and unlock the UN Marrakesh Partnership Climate Action Pathways, meaning that we need to decarbonize fully the sector by 2050, because we know the direction of travel and we can accelerate action. So with this, we will also be able to outline a more visible and coordinated partnerships of what the vision of the possible into the future can be. Later into the day, you will hear about the Race to Zero campaign from the high-level climate champions, which we have been partnering with. We want to hit a breakthrough moment of a critical mass of companies committing to science-based targets, to initiatives that will deeply decarbonize businesses, the sector, and of course, this COP26 is about deep sector, cross-sector collaboration, and we can accelerate together this transition towards a safer, greener, healthier, and of course, deliver resilient built environments for everyone everywhere. Thank you very much, and I hand it over to Stephen from our European Regional Network.
Thank you, Christina. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Marco Mari and Marco Caffi and the GBC Italia team for the invitation. This is my first work trip in almost 2 years. I have to say it feels really good to be back connecting with people, especially enjoying Italian hospitality. So I'm here on behalf of Christina, on behalf of the European Network of Green Building Councils, on behalf of the wider global network as well. And I'm here to say, you know, we are in this together. We are with you. And Christina has mentioned already how important collaboration is for achieving what we need to achieve. Deep collaboration is the term that is being used at COP. And that deep collaboration is the essence of what it means to be part of this Green Building Council movement. It's what we're about. So today, here in this room, here in Milan, you, GBC Italia, the network that GBC Italia represents is really lighting a torch for the built environment, a torch that is shining a light on the role that our sector must play in achieving decarbonisation, in fighting the climate crisis that we are facing. And that's a torch that we as the Europe Network and as the global network of green building councils would take with us when we go to Glasgow in 1 month's time. There will be another Cities, Regions and Built Environment Day there. It'll be the first, as Christina's mentioned, the first time that our sector has had that visibility since Paris. There hasn't been a Built Environment Day since. So this is a fantastic opportunity. And I want to thank you for the work you've been doing, the leadership that you've been showing, and thank you for lighting that torch, and thank you for being part of this community of collaborators. I look forward to what the day holds, and I look forward to joining you again in one of the panel sessions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, you've heard, and not by chance, we didn't agree. I started getting to this stage reminding you that it is one of the first few events in presence, and it also happened in the past few months, and I see such events growing. It's a reason to be satisfied. We've just heard it, and for 2 years, a meeting abroad at last, and getting back pieces of our life. It's one step, but which life do we want to lead? Because what we are still living, what we experienced, and it is part of our deep existence. And tomorrow, things won't change overnight. That's why today's meeting is important, also considering the past 2 years, and to try and understand which lesson we have learned in our relationship with people, how to make all of those that are far away from our interests, that nobody can be out. We should all be in and fully involved. These are fundamental steps. And now at this point, a recorded message. I tell you, I do not disclose anything. We have changed the points of our program. The Vice President of the European Parliament, Fabio Massimo Castaldo, that has recorded a message for us for today's proceedings, and it's a greeting of great value. Don't forget it. And you always see the need to join the dots. The European Union is the body in the world that has aimed at the new Green Deal the most, run by von der Leyen, and not to do greenwashing, but to set a new target, a new objective, a new horizon of economic growth, of management of our production ability at all levels. And this makes the European Union at the moment something unique in the world. And applying for a leadership role is something, then becoming a leader is different. And Vice President of the European Parliament. And good morning, everybody. I'd like to extend my thanks to Fabrizio Capaccioli and the President of the Green Building Council, Mari, for having me. It's a great pleasure. Despite I cannot be physically present, I wanted to extend my greetings to all of you, and I wanted to take this opportunity to share with you some reflections that I deem to be of great importance. In the course of the past few years, our European Parliament promoted various initiatives fully in line with the aims of Agenda 2030, that agenda that was approved by the United Nations September 2015. And the Agenda 2030 has become central in the political action of the European initiative. It is focused on wide-ranging initiatives. First of all, our new Green Deal. Today we have important challenges awaiting us. The latest report of IPCC confirmed that we cannot wait for 2050 to tackle climate change, and we should intervene through territorial town planning policies that may be targeted using high efficiency, energy efficiency technologies, renewables for the production of energy, environmental protocols that give clear-cut guidelines and rating for a correct assessment and reassessment of buildings in the attempt to re-establish the interrupted balance and to go towards economic, social sustainability. And within the European Union, we should be fully aware to take specific measures. Buildings consume 40% of energy and release 36% of greenhouse gases associated with energy consumption. Each year, just 1% of them is restructured for energy efficiency purposes. Carbon in buildings during construction, demolition, and in every phase of life of the building accounts for 10-20% of CO2 emitted by all buildings in all the European Union. The European Union, through the Green Deal, considers sustainability in the built environment at the center of the initiatives, and it aims at defining a new development model. New generation EU funds are connected to 30% for sustainable infrastructure, infrastructure that transform the landscape, that have an impact on the ecosystem where they are, and so it's a priority. And creating them in a sustainable way means considering the social, cultural, economic dimension with a full awareness that the impact on the life of people is great. Creating a sustainable infrastructure means creating a support system for services in full harmony with the landscape, people, work, safety. All aspects that are necessary to improve the life of communities. In July, the European Commission published new technical guidelines for climate assessment of infrastructure projects for 2021-2027. Such guidelines will integrate what has been defined, and it will have to do with building network infrastructures and systems and assets of various kinds. Institutional, private European investors will make informed decisions about projects in line with the Paris agreements and the United Nations. We shall achieve the European Green Deal and also to make our spending greener. Reduction by 55% of greenhouse gases by 2030 and the objective of carbon neutrality by 2050. The principles that are at the heart of this initiative are energy efficiency first, and also not creating any type of damage. Then the requirements are defined by InvestEU, CEF, the European Regional Development Fund, Inclusion Fund, and the Fund for Right Transition. And I follow with great interest the work being done by the Green Building Council in Europe, using systems of measurement of performance, the building system, and everything can be measured with specific objective ratings and the emissions. and the consumption of inhabitants. It's a fundamental operation. We can scientifically compare the profitability between green and non-green buildings. We can measure how this difference has an impact on management costs, but also on the quality of life of people. To measure the performance of buildings is decisive to use the value, and measuring the level of wellness of people inside a building in a holistic system where all of the buildings should be considered in an organic fashion, codified fashion through the analysis of standardized parameters. It is a fundamental objective, and it must be compulsory within a vision that may be fully sustainable. Our commitment for carbon neutrality should go beyond boundaries for net zero emissions, and it's a multilateral challenge, and we should invite every country, also non-European countries, to take on their responsibilities. And I share von der Leyen's words when she said that Europe cannot act on its own, and in Glasgow it will be the moment of truth for such renewed ambitions. We have a big opportunity thanks to the circular economy of the European Union. We can have 700,000 new jobs to be established by 2030, and the new European Bauhaus will give rise to the implementation of the Green Deal based on cohesion, and also a new approach to the world of the built environment. The idea of the Bauhaus is to create a new generation of architects, designers, artists that can be able to propose innovative solutions and aimed at environmental, economic, social sustainability. And also the determination by us is quite clear. We want to harmonize the actions of the European Union with the Green Deal objectives. It is binding by the law passed June 28th last year. And for example, use of the soil, transportation, and our objective is to reduce the greenhouse effect by 55% by 2030. And so the attainment of this objective is fundamental to have a zero impact continent by 2050. So full implementation of the European Green Deal.
These are tools that will radically shape our economy and our society, and this starting from the vision of the construction supply chain as a whole. Once again, I'd like to thank the Green Building Council community to make this effort more accessible so that we have a built environment that is sustainable. On our side, I can guarantee that we'll do our best to strengthen the economic and financial support policies so that your endeavor is made easier and more effective. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you all fruitful proceedings. Hopefully we can meet again in person soon. Thank you, our Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Castaldo. It was easy to guess the backbone of those who work within the framework of European institutions, a Green Deal, which is a reference point, the pivot of the EU activity over the next few years. This is the first part of our meeting. The second part is focused on a key relationship. We heard about the Green Deal, about the European Union commitments, the leadership position that the EU wants to take. But there is this is not possible unless there is a good public-private partnership. It is up to the institutions to approve regulations that prompt the industry to adjust and to comply. Without the engagement of the private sector, though, this wouldn't be possible. So here with us at Human Technopole will be hosting outstanding experiences, starting from Lend-Lease experience. Lend-Lease is an Australian real estate company that chose Milan to give body to its investment. We're talking about Santa Giulia, the Olympic Village 2026, and Mind, the area where we are today. It is with great pleasure that we would like to welcome the global CEO of Lendlease. He has just a few minutes because he has other previous commitments. Mr. Tony Lombardi. You'll also be hearing about very important commitments that Lendlease has taken for the next few years.
Buongiorno a tutti. Parlo inglese oggi. So it's been great to be on my first business trip for a number of years, and it's been great to come to Milan and see things opening back up post-COVID. And I think COVID's interrupted business, but it's also given business a bit of time to think about what we can do differently as we begin to reopen. And one of the key things that was on Lendlease's mind is how we approach sustainability going forward. And we did a lot of work on our TFCD scenarios where we looked at what could happen to our business if it was a 4 degrees change, if it was a 2.5 degrees change, or a 1.5 degree change. And that gave us a real set of insights that said our business was going to struggle. If we got to 4 degrees, the world was going to struggle. But if we got to 2.5 degrees, there were lots of parts of our own business which would be out of business. So it was very clear we needed to take further action. And it's fortunate that Lendlease was founded by a Dutch immigrant who moved to Australia in the 1950s. And one of the key principles he set for the company was a triple bottom line. And what he meant by that is companies would always get assessed on their economic performance, their social performance, and also their environmental performance. And that was in 1973. So we have a culture in the company that people do believe in driving sustainable outcomes. And it's something we're very proud of what we've done. And being able to play across many aspects of the value chain for real estate, because we develop, we construct, we're an investment manager, and we own assets that we manage, gave us some real insight that we needed to change. We needed to change various aspects of our own business to make sure we would thrive into the future. And some of the things we made sure we started to really focus on is what do we do when it comes to sustainability? We felt we were already doing a lot, but it wasn't enough. And that work we did off TFCD really brought it to light that we needed to change and do things faster. So we set about reintroducing different targets, and we set a new target for 2025 for our Scope 1 and Scope 2 to be net carbon zero. And then we came up with a target to be absolute zero by 2040. Scope 1 and Scope 2 were things we can control, and that was about 10% of our carbon was through those things. So we felt we're already on a pathway, we accelerated that pathway, and I'm hoping our team can actually beat that target. And we feel that's pretty achievable in the next 4 years in terms of the way we'd set the organisation up. The 2041 is a different target because you need to work with your supply chain. We actually need the whole industry to work with us. But what we are signalling to the industry is we were going to be a leader and hopefully change. And ultimately, we want to bring along customers, we want to bring along partners, we want to bring along competitors, and we want to bring along the supply chain. And I think it's important for the supply chain to see that we're very active in the way we want to do things in the future. So in the last 12 months, we've signed up with Responsible Steel. We've signed up with Steel Zero, two bodies that are very much focused on decarbonising the steel industry. And now the steel industry contributes about 8% of carbon emissions as part of the built form. So we felt if we could start there and start helping our industries transform, being the supply chain, that's going to be a real benefit to the company. And we're signalling to them that we'll buy their steel. Now, this is going to be a journey because we don't all know how to solve that problem. And so we've got to work as a collective, and I think we'll put our best minds on creating the right engineering solutions. Renewable will play a real part. I think hydrogen, I can see Italy in the last 4 or 5 days I've been here, there's a lot of talk around where we can progress with using some of these new technologies, which I think will be beneficial to the steel industry. The other industry is the concrete industry, because concrete is about 8% of the emissions. And again, we need to work with the concrete industry to again drive change. And I think if we can continue to do that, we'll hit the target. Why we set 2040, a lot of our management team wanted to set 2050. I just didn't feel it was soon enough. And I felt by then I'll have been retired and not seen any of the fruits of actually pushing the organisation along. And we've seen this before. We set targets that we've had set about a decade ago when we delivered one of our big projects in Barangaroo in Australia. It's in Sydney. And at the time we had to deliver a carbon neutral project, and this was in about 2009 when we secured the project. We didn't know how we were going to get there, but now that we're complete, we actually got there because the team was challenged. They actually innovated. And you need to set these targets to drive innovation. And I think that is going to be an important part of what we do. So areas that we're focused on is digital. So digital innovation for us, we're investing in a platform called Podium. And that is really about designing using digital twins and working through the process of design and trying to gain efficiencies in how we develop and construct buildings. So it's looking at the whole value chain to work together as one. So we see that as an important element, and I do feel the tech industry is now taking our sector pretty seriously, and there's some serious investment. So we aim to work with other partners, not just ourselves in terms of the solutions we're putting forward. I think the second area is we're looking at timber. Now, timber's been a key material that's been used for years, but just hadn't been used for probably the last 100 years in high-rise development. We'd relied on steel, we'd relied on concrete. Now, at about probably 13, 14 years ago in Australia, we started to look at timber, but what we found was impediments within the industry. When we started to wanting to use cross-laminated timber, we found we needed to change building codes, we needed to change insurance, we needed to change mortgage rules. So it took about 4 or 5 years for us to actually be able to build in timber. What I can say through those learnings, we have built 22 buildings to date in using cross-laminated timber, and timber sequesters carbon. So it's a natural property. It actually has the other benefit of sequestering carbon. So we saw that as a great alternative when we're talking about mid-rise development. So I think that is a key area. I think governments need to work with industry to accelerate the use of that. I think we've had incidences where Grenfell fire in Europe, in the UK, scared people away and probably stopped the innovation and progress. I think we've got to go back to understanding why the original fire occurred, and making sure we build buildings safely. But I do feel we've got to progress on timber usage because it's a real benefit to the industry. And when you look at the buildings that need to be built, that could be a big part of it. And we see that as a huge area of change. Because when you look at timber, it saves I think it's 1.5 tonnes of carbon emissions from that. So that's a big difference when we're talking about use of steel versus use of concrete. So we've got to look at these alternatives. Today we did announce a partnership with Stora Enso, who's been a key partner of ours as we've been developing and using cross-laminated timber. Here at Mine, we intend to develop a lot of the buildings using cross-laminated timber, and I'm glad that we've entered into that partnership. I know Lars is somewhere around. It's great to have this partnership cemented today because we will look to innovate, we will look to invest money in R&D together to continue to evolve the use. It requires R&D because there's better ways to produce using it, and I think as we continue to learn, we continue to gain productivity benefits from what we're seeing. So those partnerships are going to be pretty important. We're pooling together our investment and R&D budgets. One thing I've always noticed about the industry, when we design stuff, we go and tender stuff. So the relationship with the supply chain is not a partnership. A lot of the times it's a tender relationship where you're looking for the lowest cost. But to actually transform the industry, we've got to partner up with the supply chain. and form these deeper relationships and make these investments that we need to really use R&D differently. And I think that some of these partnerships will hopefully guide the way to really generate better learnings. And what we will do is intend to share those learnings. We're not trying to keep all these things for ourselves as a corporation. We're trying to make sure we share where we're learning things and sharing it with the industry. Climate change is not an individual company's problem. It's all of our problems. And all of us together can only solve that. And it is that point of time of change. We can't just wait. I think leaders sometimes are waiting for someone else to jump up. Leaders don't want to make decisions because there's risks you'll get it wrong. Well, the risk to getting it wrong is we fall into a state that we can't recover from. So it's important to just move forward and set those targets so you can move in the right direction. I think personally for our company, what I'm seeing is the team's reinvigorated. They're energized. It's going to bring more people and attract talent to our industry because we see that in our business. When I bring that up as the key problem we're going to solve, our staff are excited because they want to be part of an organisation that's going to drive that change. So I did hear about the storytelling point. I think it's important for all of us to share the stories and storytell together because unless we're prepared to do that, we won't move forward as an industry. So the one question that I ask of everyone is, if you haven't set those targets, set the target. If you're part of the industry, make sure you're joining up and connecting and really pushing it. Sometimes you're going to have to invest. You're going to have to accept a little bit of a lower return. We've had to do that over years, but we're starting to see paybacks from some of the investments. When I look at some of the funds that we manage, we've got 7 of the top 20 funds in the world that GBC rates, and that's out of 1,229 funds. So we've got about $20 billion of real estate that's seen as the most sustainable real estate. And what I am seeing today is investors want to partner with companies that have been doing this. I do think people need to be careful not to greenwash, because if we do that, it doesn't benefit anyone. So it's really about getting to deliver tangible outcomes that are going to make a difference. So I think that's the important thing we must do as an industry. So hopefully
very, very interesting an experience of far-sightedness. We are in your world, in your sector, with implications that go well beyond verticality of the real estate world, construction, built areas. Big contribution by Mr. Tony Lombardo. Well, okay, he's not from Kazakhstan. And another contribution, you have a close relationship between the public and private sphere. You've heard the words of also various speakers. You have the next generation EU, that is an engine in a way for growth, and we have ahead of us a wonderful opportunity, and also in the field of real estate, built areas, to go into the relationship between public and private spheres that has an impact on our lives in everyday. We have Carlotta Ventura at this point. If I should read her job description, we would get to midnight. She's responsible for institutional relationships at A2A. Is it right? Good morning. Yes. I also deal with sustainability with a big experience achieved in the course of years. Most important companies in the world, in Italy, in the field of sustainability. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks a lot to the organizers. And as we are running out of time, I will try and be brief. We had some technical problems at the beginning, so in introducing you, I stressed the implications for the life of each one of us, the life of our cities, our everyday life, whereby we can test the best solutions that we must update in the course of time, to translate theories into practice, and in this, A2A hardware has an extraordinary experience, and we spoke about our personal experience. We speak about Milan, that is in the forefront from this point of view, but would like to know from you what it means for hardware. Sure, yes. First and foremost, I am sorry I'm not there, but with regards to cities, and I fell in Rome, and I hurt my knee, and because the road was not even. And I also smile because I had the direct experience of a city that is not such a helping city. And Adwa, thank you for having us. First of all, we have a purpose to provide the best possible services for the quality of life of people and communities where we operate. So we decided to, in a way, be a life company. That's the word used, because we deal with the environment, we deal with the air, we deal with the energy, and also water. Because Adwea is the biggest Italian multi-utility. Adwea has 3 business units. One deals with generation and then distribution of the energy produced. One deals with energy transition, and another one instead deals with circular economy. In this way, we can really meet the basic needs for the purpose of the quality of life of people. And are you still with me? Yes, I do not see you. Yes. We spoke about it this morning, I and you. You are in Milan. Milan at the moment is hosting a fundamental event for the future of the planet, an event that involves so many young people, and a 10-year plan, a plan made up of big investments, 16 billion, 10 for energy transition, 6 circular economy, and it addresses the youth, because we should give this opportunity to the youth to live in a better environment. Just like we said, the youth are devoting so much attention to this theme. You have global surveys of mega trends, and you see the Z generation attending secondary school and first few years at the university, and alpha generation. Their main concern, the world is concerned, is represented by climate change. Then, of course, concerns change. For example, lack of jobs and health. COVID made a difference in the perception of people. However, young people, just like you said at the beginning, young people want to be listened to, and that's the road we have taken, and specifically because then otherwise it's simply blah, 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 we are accused of. We are working on some elements to eliminate the impact in cities, and you know perfectly well that cities are resource consuming 14 hectares a day, so many liters per inhabitant, 253 kilograms of waste produced per inhabitant, and such figures are impressive. And we are trying to work on the issue, to be well organized, to be present all over the territory, and to be a catalyst for investments. We will get so many funds, and we have to use them at best. We have the field of energy, the environment, and water cycle. And specifically, we are investing massively in district heating in Milan, and district heating contributes to a reduction in emissions, and electrical mobility, for example. We try to grow also in terms of garbage collection at source, and also whatever stems from disposal of garbage. There's an aspect. Yes, it's true. You mentioned it. We spoke about it, but it was unintentional. We got this morning to fundamental change that doesn't seem to have so much to do with the debate of this event. Just like I said this morning, it has to do with the issues we talk about today. The generations you mentioned, generations that are studying and will get into the labor world. You work in one of the very few Italian giants, and in a country made up of so many SMEs. So such young people are not just interested in the themes you have mentioned because it's a fashion, but instead such themes are the themes they would like to work for. And you see that it is of interest for everybody. I know that you devote special attention to the theme, but not everybody does. Not everybody raises this problem, and many believe that as we had COVID, you simply offer good salary and everybody may want to work for you. You are right. The appeal of companies at the moment, talented young people are interested to work in the field of the environment, but also in the social sphere. Social themes are of great importance, and that's why you work on the supply chain. Safety and best conditions for people working, and we also work on transparent ethical governance, and for sure we work on the environment. E stands for environment. New generations want a surplus. I'm sorry if I use an English word, it's a marketing word. New generations want to have an idea to adhere to, and they want follow-up for an idea, that ideas are translated into practice. If you don't do this, it's difficult to attract talent and to retain talent. It's a wonderful theme. Allow me to say it. So, having young people that show a real desire to work in environmentally friendly dimensions is wonderful. Also, the theme of diversity and inclusion. Diversity and inclusion are mentioned so much from our watchtowers. In the case of young, talented people, diversity and inclusion are fundamental words. And, for example, we speak about diversity and inclusion, but in Italian we have the word respect, respect for the others, for example. I prefer to use the Italian word respect. It's a wonderful word, Dr. Ventura. Thank you for allowing us to get to know the lines of activity of A2A. A2A is one of those companies that you find everywhere. If you want to charge a hybrid or full electric car, they will use your services. But thank you so much for setting the emphasis on certain things that have to do with us all. And to go back to the accusation of blah, 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 an accusation made on Tuesday here in Milan, we need to give credible answers, but also challenging answers. Thank you so much, Dr. Ventura. Thank you so much. And the youth do not just need answers to questions asked to the adult world, but we should also be challenging towards them to study more and participate in common life. And with regard to big companies, thanks a lot again to Carlotta Ventura, another giant that in the past few years in Italy, for sure, widened its range of investments. We speak about Koima, and we have here Kelly Russell Catella, and I'd like to invite her to join us. Thank you so much for being with us. Welcome. Welcome, first and foremost. And thank you so much for your time, and we listen to you with great pleasure.
Thanks to Lend-Lease for your hospitality and also your inspiring speech. Koima is an Italian company, so to have international players come in, to be able to exchange ideas, we always feel is very important. A great thanks to Green Building Council as well. One of the main reasons that we feel moments like this are very important is because we need to create a common language. So there is a blah, 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 which I think young people are asking for, not to repeat again today, but I think one of the issues is that as an industry, I think if we even listen to ourselves, we're even hard to understand amongst ourselves sometimes. So maybe young people aren't just asking for answers, but they're asking for answers that are understandable. And when we need to think of government, public, private, nonprofit, and citizens, because the real challenge is everyone coming together, I think that's when we do need to create a common language that everyone can understand. Now, unfortunately, I don't want to talk statistics today, but I am going to start from a topic of regulation, because Europe has come under regulation quite strong in the last year and a half. Koima has been studying, and I'm referring to the SFDR, so the Sustainable Financial Disclosure Regulation, and then I'll get into the taxonomy. But Koima was the only company in Italy that actually adhered and complied to the SFDR regulation. And we launched our first Article 8 fund, more are to follow, and we've given ourselves the goal to have over 70% of our funds, which now we manage over 8 billion in Italy, to be categorized 8 or 9 within the next 3 years. This is an ambitious goal for us because it means lots of regulations reporting, also regarding CO2 emissions. But what I would like to talk about more today is how can we educate the market here in Italy and so that more companies will adhere, so that we can have more information on what's going on in the market. The other aspect that I think is interesting for us to think about is that when we look at the taxonomy, and we think about the objectives of the taxonomy, and I'm going to read them for you. That's climate mitigation, climate adaptation, transition to circular economy, water resource management, pollution prevention and control, biodiversity and ecosystems. Think about our real estate market and how much effect we can have on these objectives if we come together, research and develop in order to make a change. Now, if I think about Mr. Lombardo's comments before, we are very, very much in agreement on a theme of the circular economy and looking at the supply chain. Koima feels confident in Scope 1 and Scope 2. We are very uncomfortable with Scope 3 right now. And I do think that it's because obviously it comes from a complete value chain. And so we really need to work in detail with our suppliers. And I don't think that a request coming from one company will do the task. I think that it needs to be a common effort with government and with many, many companies in order to make the suppliers aware that really we need to work together in order to understand what the emissions are, the real emissions are in the supply chain, and then reduce. Obviously, innovation and technology will come into this. We've done a lot of investment in just understanding our carbon emission data in the last years in order for us to set our objectives. It's a big challenge, obviously, whenever you're talking about a stock that is so obsolete in Italy. Although Koima is fortunate, we have over 70% of our buildings that are certified. But if you look at the Italian stock today, the vast majority of the stock, we have no idea even what emissions they are. So when we talk about things, as the President did this morning about heritage and how we are going to intervene in the heritage stock of Italy, obviously you talk about delicate topics, and reducing emissions there, I think, is a real challenge that we have on our plate. And then to conclude, although I think all of the SFDR, I think the taxonomy, all of this is extremely important. In the end, though, we as developers, private and public together, we have to create beautiful cities. We have to create resilient, beautiful cities that look at environmental impact, they look at social impact, that are governed in a proper way. that think about how we want our future generations to live. I'm a mother of 5. I hope to have many grandchildren, and I would like that when we leave what we have produced in Italy, that it will be resilient cities that people really enjoy to live and to work and to grow their children in. I have some hope, and that is because of talents, of some comments that I heard earlier today. We at COIMA, we've noticed within the last 2 years, talented employees that are young that are coming are asking about our sustainability goals. And this is very, very positive because it means young people are very sensitive. And then I don't want to underestimate a theme of gender diversity that we have in this country. I'm very, very pleased to see how many women are in the room today. When I started out in real estate 20 years ago, I had many, many meetings where I was the only woman in the room. So to have a platea today that's working in the built environment, to be so diversified, I feel like we're almost 50-50. I think this is already another step forward in the right direction. Thank you for your time today.
Grazie mille. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Grazie. E continuiamo con
Let's
i vari...
continue covering the various sessions. We'll now come to some witnesses that bring us back to the institutional world. Some will be in person, others will be video messages. And we'll be starting this dialogue along the public-private partnership idea, also because the Green Building Council is considering this very important. Vanya Gava, the Under-Secretary of State for the Ministry for Ecological Transition, is sending us this message. Good morning. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. I'm very sorry I cannot be there with you, but I really wanted to send you a video message to greet you and thank you. The Green Building Council is doing a lot in parallel with the guidelines dictated by the Ministry for Ecological Transition. To speak about energy efficiency today means to speak about something that will allow us to move from one approach to the other. Why so? Because most of the building stock in Italy is buildings that were built in the 70s and 80s, whose technologies were very different, were not compliant with energy efficiency standards clearly enough. When we talk about 30 or 40 years ago, buildings have radically changed. There are new technologies, new products, new materials that are now being used. We should move towards a green revolution, and using technology will manage to bring this transition forward, a transition that cannot be achieved overnight, but it is going to be a journey to be made together. To make buildings more efficient means to make them consume less energy. As I say, as you know, my mandate is for energy efficiency, and my invitation is to the Green Building Council to keep me abreast of any further development and your events during the pre-COP26 week, because in 1 month time we'll be deciding the future not only for Italy but for the world. Any kind of insight, any kind of suggestion will be welcomed to cooperate together, to partner with us. We must rebuild the future of Italy in a green perspective without forgetting the economy that is related with energy efficiency that can create many jobs. Thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful proceedings. Thank you to Under-Secretary Vanya Gava. You can upload. She's Under Secretary of State for the Ministry of Ecological Transition. Now, we are living at a moment when one feels odds clapping one's hands. They are there working hard. And why did I say so in introducing this new session of our proceedings is that we have to move out of common places, and amongst the common places there is a snobbish approach that has been developed towards public officials. Another thing is to ask them to become accountable for what they do, because if it is true that she's accountable for energy efficiency, being accountable will entail that you need to do things, and that's a tough game. Now we have with us the Deputy Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation, Minister Morelli. Thank you for reaching us. Matteo Ricci, who is the Chairman of ALI and also Mayor of Pesaro. Please come here with us. And again, we have Mr. Marco Mari here with us, and Gianluca Rospi, the Transportation Commission of the Chamber of Deputies. I'll start with you. And on a personal note, I was in Pesaro in the army. I couldn't hear what the mayor said because he's not speaking to a microphone, or the microphone is not working. Okay, now it is working. There is barracks, but now the army is made of professionals. The standard of living is very high in Pesaro. You are close to the sea, the weather is mild, but anyway, we're not here to speak about Pesaro, and my invitation to you all is to visit it, but we are here to go back to what we heard. And I'll start with our Deputy Minister. The Green Building Council wanted to emphasize the aspect that without public-private partnership, we won't go very far. No use for COP26 or Greta Thunberg. We are given the tools to do good here. Why is it? Thank you very much for this opportunity you gave me to hear about visions that have different nuances, and I'd like to come to your question. Public-private partnership. Well, there are nuances I'll cover later. I'm very curious about nuances. The public-private partnership is key, and it is underlying the process that the government has put in place. On one side, by granting 110% subsidy to those who renovate their buildings. This is to the benefit of our communities, mainly communities in cities. This is true for also true for small to medium-sized cities that are overwhelmed with the huge work they have to perform. So 110% subsidy is a tool that the public administration allocated a lot of money, 14 billion, and such a money will have a positive repercussion over the next few years from different perspectives. environmental one, the social one, and economic one, because all the works that is being approved will be fully funded by the state. Therefore, this journey is a virtuous one, because on one side we have public investments that will get their payback over the next years, and on the other side the industry that was badly hit by the pandemic will be revived, revitalized. There is an objective problem concerning the construction industry. Raw materials are becoming more and more expensive, and this is a key topic. As you correctly said, we are very close to local communities. Recently, I was at a construction yard where they need to build a steel bridge, a tunnel, and then another bridge, a steel bridge. The company is completing the first bridge and building the tunnel. But they say, until when things don't change, I won't buy raw materials for the second bridge, because, of course, after bidding for a public tender, I was awarded at a price that I cannot afford because of the raw material price increases. The point is that we need a good public-private partnership, and this is key. And it is key when the public interest matches the legitimate corporate-private interest. It is then that you have a positive driver. And you also have an environmental and social impact when you are granted 110% subsidy. While listening to you, I thought of the fact that I've been seeing scaffoldings scattered across my city, and indeed we no longer have scaffoldings available. But then there are companies, not large ones, of course, that cover these scaffoldings with their own billboards, advertising their role with the 110% subsidy. They explain how it works, what is the environmental impact, you're doing good, and this is good for the environment. So these are the positive aspects that tell the story of our current sentiment. Now, Gianluca Rospi from the Transportation Committee of the Chamber of Deputies just reached us. Now I'd like to go back to our mayor. Pesaro is a medium-sized city. How was it impacted by this? And also I'd like to hear your perspective on what we just said. Thank you, Mr. Mari, for your invitation, and thank you for what you have been achieving over the past years and what you keep doing, because this is a very valuable moment. We built the second climate clock in Italy. The first one was built by the Ministry for Ecological Transition. There is also a biodiversity project related to this clock. And I already received the first criticisms. because they complain that it is an anxiety generator. This is a countdown with respect to the very little time we are left to save the environment. But with respect to ecological transition, the need is to speed up our actions. And in Italy, we are lagging behind. Yesterday in Rome, we closed the Festival of Cities, and Mr. Mari was there. We are very much concerned. The government has introduced very many simplifications through their decrees, great strides, but we believe that this is not enough. And the risk we run is to miss an opportunity that is collected to the Recovery and Resilience National Plan, because if I think of public investment, we have another clock that was built by Europe. Within 2023, everything should be awarded, all the contracts should be awarded, and reporting should be prepared within 2026. In Italy, you need at least 15 years to build a 20 million building. And we cannot achieve these objectives. Please allow me. And as a mayor, every single time you sign a contract, you run huge risks. Yes, indeed. And this should not be overlooked. As a journalist, as an interviewer, I can tell you that just a few meters away, May 1st, 2015, with Beppe Sala, the commissioner for Expo Milan 2015, we were speaking about this risk that public officials run. But things haven't changed. Well, a few steps forward have been made, but this is not enough. We spoke with plenty of ministers, starting with Minister Brunetta, who is working hard in this direction. But the situation hasn't improved very much. This is our alert. This is our caveat. And such time bomb forces us to understand what we are supposed to do to implement ecological transition. And from this perspective, as an association, this association I'm president of is ALI. We want to launch an association of sustainable municipalities. We want to measure ecological transition. Otherwise, you don't understand where you're going, your kind of performance, by means of different indicators that exist in Europe already. We want to measure on a yearly basis how the ecological transition is being implemented, and this will be done on a yearly basis. And this is the support we are asking Italian municipalities. The first aspect is incentives. The fact that incentives granting 110% subsidies for renovating building has been extended is important. The scaffoldings you see are also related to other subsidies, the one against earthquakes or to renovate facades, building facades. But there is a huge problem when we deal with town planning here. Because on one side, as I was saying yesterday to Mr. Mari, we have to understand that Italy has heritage buildings, and there we need plenty of innovation to renovate them. There are buildings that can be fully refurbished, others can't. We must keep innovating and introducing technological advances. We should be giving less power to superintendents for fine arts, because it is very difficult to renovate a building which is 101 years old And another thing is to take care of ancient buildings. In Italy, superintendencies have excessive power, and they account for a big hindrance.
On the other hand, there's a town planning problem. I'm a generation of mayors that for the first time after the Second World War doesn't plan the expansion of the city. And such mayors managed their master plans, planning expansion of the city, creation of new neighborhoods. We're the first generation of mayors that has overestimated master plans that should instead plan transformation of built areas. If we want to be consistent with what we say, let's stop using territory. What's the other problem we have? Our master plans are too stiff. The culture of the expansion of cities led to town planning, whereby each mayor in every square meter of the territory decided what could be done. This is an element of rigidity, stiffness. The market changes, requirements change. If you have a master plan that is too stiff and you cannot wait 2-3 years for town planning change. So we have to go from the idea of town planning that planned for each square meter what could be done to a town planning approach that simply says what cannot be done in that square meter and leading some sort of flexibility of action to foster transformation of built areas. I'd like to give examples. And we have two artisanal industrial areas that are quite inside the city. Over the past few years, they've become abandoned sheds. Now they are being filled up with the start of manufacturing companies. Don't have warehouses and they use them as warehouses. I cannot transform those parts of the city if in my master plan they are artisanal industrial areas and perhaps I avoid residential use. It's nonsense, but you should have other types of use because otherwise we have town planning rules that are backwards compared to the real needs of the market. And I'd like to end. We have two additional problems. One has to do with training, and we are in a moment where we have deficient technical training, and especially in public entities, the best talents work in the private sphere. There's a problem of training connected to the awareness of the Italians. It's so true that so many families, so many professionals are using the so-called eco-bonus or subsidy. Out of 100 people I meet, 90, 95, 99 don't know what the energy status of their house is. You have ignorance. So why don't we at a national level, why don't we organize training and directly in the homes of citizens? When I proposed such a thing, they told me it cannot be done because training can be done with European funds for training, training in a classroom or at work. And I said, what's the working place of building restructuring at home? We made an experiment that was quite successful, and half of training hours, young surveyors, but not only, went with instrumentation and they provided free service to families. They came to your home in 1 day, 1.5 days. They told you how much you consume and energy emission through the frames of windows, and this would strengthen the awareness of the energy well-being of buildings and would help invest resources for training in a future that, in a sector that will be strategic for us. Third problem that comes to light, and then the circular economy, because mayors have to do with specific problems, is that companies that started working don't know where to place scrap and the material of demolitions. All the material of demolitions cannot be used, and it becomes a cost for companies. We have a lack of plans that can process such material, and it will be important to contribute to circular economy. I have raised 3 issues. Yes, it would require many hours. And when we speak about speed, we speak about specific issues that may make us win the challenge ahead of us. President Mari, before giving you the floor, with Gianluca Rospi, we already tackled this point. Thank you for being with us. You've just heard Pesaro's mayor, the theme of regeneration and efficiency. We have an incredible historic heritage. It's the envy of all of the world, and we should turn it into a source of income. In order to do this, you need to modernize it, to make it efficient, and so on and so forth. But just like we have heard, we cannot use this heritage and transform it just like it were a building of the 70s. What can you tell us? Yes, thanks a lot to each and everyone and the Italian GBC. Well, very interesting themes have been tackled today. In the case of urban regeneration mentioned before by the Pesaro's mayor, the fundamental theme, it's a fundamental theme in Italy, because if we think of restructuring individual buildings without considering the context of a neighborhood, in a neighborhood you have residential buildings, but also public spaces, schools, squares, offices, and you have to design considering all of the context and not to take too much time, also because the theme is highly complex. In Italy for so many years, and unfortunately we made mistakes, and we used Northern European models, and they were transferred to Southern Europe, especially in the Mediterranean. And disastrous results have been achieved. I'd like to give you a specific example. In a climate just like Sicily and Basilicata, Apulia or Calabria, it's unthinkable to, in a way, wear a coat because 10 months of the year it's warm weather. And the same thing is true for buildings. They used installations for buildings, contributing to the degradation of the heritage we have. We have heritage that is constrained by certain laws. I'd like to give you an example of the city I come from, Sassi di Matera, and it was national shame in the past, and we even had the displacement of inhabitants with the creation of new peripheral neighborhoods in the nearby area. In the 50s, the best designers and town planners in Italy were invited, creating so-called peripheral neighborhoods. And if you visit Matera, you don't go there to see them, but they are mentioned in international textbooks. Then what happened? This state of abandonment of the district of Sassi di Matera kept the beauty and construction techniques intact. And I'm thinking about bioclimatic technologies to cool buildings in a natural way. I'm thinking about creation of buildings, half of them excavated, and to keep a steady temperature all over the year. And such technologies and this innovation that our grandfathers used in those buildings is kept unchanged. Then, in the course of time, thanks to the policies of the past few governments, incentives were given for the restructuring and recovery of such buildings. It happened also thanks to a partnership between the private and public sphere, and citizens were given funds to regenerate private property, but also public properties nearby. And so the state gave resources, gave funds, and you didn't restructure individual buildings, but also a set of buildings. And this allowed for global regeneration of Sassi di Matera. And I have to admit, we also had some problems. Somebody wanted to create elevators, and this heritage has been preserved. And Matera, sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Rospi, the mayor has to go because he has to catch a train, right? Pesara's mayor. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I have to go. Thank you so much for the award given to us. We created a new school, wonderful school, some years ago with another wonderful initiative and with GSE that gave contribution for renewable energy, and then we wrote an agreement, a contribution for energy efficiency, transformation of buildings. We destroyed warehouses fed with electricity also for heating. You may imagine their consumption. And we built a high school, energy efficient school. And thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the proceedings. And Matera is a wonderful example. Today, writing for the newspaper, La Ragione, we want in my newspaper to express opinions. We're in favor of Europe. And Dr. Rospi, I wrote in the newspaper in foreign countries, well, in foreign countries, they don't have an in-depth knowledge of Italy, and many people know Matera, and it took so many years. And actually now, beauty, a unique place in the world, is a source of income. And for many years, and it was stated by Pesara's mayor, there was the idea that if you generated business out of beauty, somebody was as sly as a fox, and it's not so. Matera is an extremely positive example. The movie shot in Matera, and I didn't like it. I'm speaking about Mel Gibson. It gives you so much return, whether you like it or not. It's a smart way, whereby, in a smart way, you transform beauty into source of income, and it cannot replicate it, and nobody in the world has it. Sassi di Matera cannot be replicated, just like Lake of Como and Gulf of Naples. Then Mari and the Deputy Minister. Yes, I conclude very briefly. by telling you that, obviously, speaking about urban regeneration, just like you said, it means that the beauty we have can be source of income. I'd like to conclude with a suggestion. It is what was said by Pesara's mayor, and that is to say, training of technicians. And I was also president of the register, and training is of crucial importance. Training means a knowledge of our historic artistic heritage. If I don't know it, I can hardly regenerate it and transform it into a source of income. And we shouldn't think about a stable measure, just like 110% for energy diagnosis, earthquake diagnosis, and also reducing the rate. It can be 80-90% for restructuring, not 110%. It would be a very good measure that would relaunch a sector that is a driving force in Italy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for staying with us. Marco Mari, I remember one of the events mentioned, and when you spoke online, and subsidies and so on and so forth. What would you like to say specifically? I hope you can hear me, yes. First of all, we are going quickly toward the manifesto. The themes that have been tackled are present in the manifesto. That with the contribution of all the protagonists of the sectors we represent, just like the mayor said, we have to go from a prescriptive to a performance-based context. Thinking about energy, environmental performance, perhaps that constraint of having something there or somewhere else, that flexibility can be given provided you have a specific measured performance. And private entities should simply be responsible and be accountable. And it has been included among the various points. We are waging a very important war. Why? It seems to me I see blurred images. We realized that occupational safety is fundamental for the life of people, and we have burdens because, of course, you need to devote attention in terms of sustainability, training of people, so that you don't have accidents in a yard. But let's go beyond. And so what should we say about environmental accounting? And many bricks are falling. It is stated by IPCC report Greta Thunberg. The point is that the environment is not less important than the value of individual people. It's the value of life in this small planet. From this perspective, for us, one element is important. First of all, not just go from a prescriptive to a performance-based approach, but having instruments that can measure such a performance. Lend-Lease, Catella spoke about it because finance strongly believes in such building sustainability instruments, and we have the value of heritage, first protocol in the world for restoration of historical buildings, and you cannot use photovoltaic, but you have an endless number of environmental variables that you should improve. The debate of photovoltaic is not so important, but energy efficiency that you can measure is center stage. So if the environment is so important, well, at that point, there are some burdens of environmental accounting, for example. Well, all the regulations on safety have been defined and depths have been reduced. So accounting, environmental accounting in the phase of project, in the phase of implementation and management is of crucial importance, and this can help us, and it's the last element. Yes, the subsidy 110 has been prolonged. We have introduced an element that also considers water. We have a decree to say that we give incentives to use less water. Now it's high time, and it's also one of the points of the manifesto. It's a message of our manifesto. Now it's high time when all of such incentives, regulations should be reviewed in the perspective of a system, not just thinking about the facade and the insulation system, but you should think about the building system, because if you don't think about a whole system, it's useless, and because otherwise you resort to individual suppliers just selling you heat pumps. If you put together all the incentives in a holistic fashion, yes, you can reduce incentives for those that may just want to regenerate a single part, but instead, if you want to regenerate a whole building, I reward you. And as a consequence, things will improve. And because we cannot have endless subsidies, just like 110. And so we comply with the vision of Europe, a systemic approach.
You might have noticed that when the renovation wave project was proposed, was presented on urban regeneration. On that day, we also presented the reporting system update. I give you €1 as an incentive. I want to know how many jobs you produced, how many energy you saved, and so on and so forth. This is the message that should be conveyed by our manifesto, a manifesto that we'll be signing in the afternoon. Thank you. Deputy Minister, have you got anything to add? Thank you very much. Any suggestion, any contribution can be useful to improve our approach, because I'm pretty certain that I don't think there is anybody amongst our acquaintances that want to live worse the planet than the one he or she inherited. And this is a great result indeed, yes. But for it not to be a blah, 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 as Greta Thunberg said, still, we must remember that Italy and Europe are ranked first in the world. Sometimes being the best of the class make strides that run the risk of letting behind someone. We need to be braver, as Greta is, of course, but she's much younger. But I don't think this is blah, 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 because we put in place practical actions in terms of regeneration of some neighborhoods, many neighborhoods. 191 were the city projects at a national level. 171 have already been funded, 3.7 billion euro, 220 million just for a few neighborhoods in Milan. So this is facts and not blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying so because sometimes we are doubtful. As it was correctly said before, the theme of district heating is so important that promotions should be organized, and this is very well, but let's see what happens. When there is a shortage of waste, we need to recover waste elsewhere, not in Milan. And while it was correctly said that in Milan, Brescia, and Bergamo, waste is suitably sorted and recycled, this is not fully true for other cities. So this is a matter of fact. Babla is something different. So it is right to make announcements, to highlight best practices. And as a person from Milan, I'm very proud of its skyline. This is the merit of public administration that preceded us. No, I'm not in favor of right or left, but it is across the board. I mean, all political parties promoted this difference. I've been working in Milan for 30 years. I come from Naples, but still I'm very proud of the fact that those who follow a suit, I mean political parties, are not actually destroying what the previous government has done, regional government has done. So as I said, I come from Milan. I'm very proud of the results we achieved, and it is beautiful to live in a regenerated neighborhood, but nobody can afford homes that cost 10,000 euro per square meter. So we should be focusing more on the dissemination of these new technologies. Obviously enough, Garibaldi, Repubblica, or the vertical forest is an outstanding building where everybody would like to live. Many people would like to live there, but it is too expensive. This is an easy win. So to go back to the core of our discussion, I reckon that ecological transition is a perfect definition when you adopt the idea of a transition. So balance to be struck in a specific timeline. And it is only in this manner that you don't leave people behind, because the risk is that you might leave behind people socially, because you are investing on buildings whose price is too high. And economically speaking, you might leave behind companies that have a hard time in achieving such a transition. There are industries where the transition requires from medium to long terms. We'll be working on sustainable mobility as well. But this sustainable mobility is very limited to cities like Milan, and we should be extending this to other Italian cities to change things. To change industrial vehicle fleets, it takes at least 10 years, not because companies are bad, but if they bought the truck just 2 years ago, they won't change it for another 8 years. So from the company's perspective, there must be a well-balanced transition. There are companies that are much advanced, ready to invest. In Italy, we have Nini Virta, it is a Finnish company, whose owner bought 15 fully electric trucks. He had a lot of money to invest, so he bought these trucks and spent for each one 3 or 4 times more than standard trucks. He is heroic in what he did, but nobody else can afford such a thing. So I close by saying that the transition, ecological transition, is everybody's objective. It is in everybody's mind. showcasing projects is easy. We must look at the best-in-class examples, but to achieve an actual transition, we need to strike a balance, not to leave behind anybody, not to create friction amongst those who cannot always afford the transition. And we will counter the transition because they try to protect themselves. Thank you very much. We can't tell developing countries that in 15 months' time they have to switch off to renewable energy. As to the blah, blah, blah issue, I fully understand what you meant. I was thinking of Africa, for instance, African countries. China itself, China is still heavily reliant on coal-fueled plants. I don't think we are to be included in this blah, blah, blah issue. The European Union is amongst the continents that releases the lowest amount of emissions now. There is no doubt about it. The blah, blah, blah that Greta Thunberg mentioned on Tuesday has a mass media impact. But we should also be considering its positive effect. These young people can scream against the politicians here in Italy, in Europe, and this is not possible in other countries of the world. So this is a source of pride for me. But we have to explain these younger people that the transition is expensive and should be balanced in time, because these young people will soon be jobless because the companies that are around us that will be built here in mind run the risk of being left out of the market. Today we are speaking about a project for the electrification of ports, but the vessels that come to Trieste and in Genoa, then go to China and the United States, and they are not even aware that there is a possibility to electrify ports in the US and China. So we should be brave enough and not be fearful to counter the predominating mood of the blah, blah, blah issue. We should be explaining to everybody that if we would be paying bills more, it is because we opted for alternative energy, because if we just used gas and coal, we would be paying much less for our electricity bill. But this is the decision we took. And again, there is a big gap between what you say and what you need to report. That's the protocols we started adopting. We need to measure our performance, and these tools, reporting tools, are adopted here and not elsewhere in the world. So in my opinion, in order to enhance our pride, we should be accepting this theme. We now have to move from metropolises to micropolis. We need to develop a new living culture. Both Marco and Maria investing in the refurbishment of their apartments should be informed about how to reduce their electricity bill. These tools allow us to report about what we do. We are better than others, and this would generate jobs. The incentives are good, but together with these incentives, we need to measure our performance. We need hard data. We need to measure, to collect this hard data. Italy is a leading country in this. What we should be saying that we consumed more as developed countries. We should be doing more. So we are now the best in class, but we were also the ones who polluted the most. And now with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we will be doing even better. There are taboos, because when you speak about climate and climate change, there are taboos, and we needed to discuss about this. An important issue that the greenest energy is the one that is not being consumed. And the supply chain that does this best is the construction industry. But Italy is an energy-consuming country. Yes, of course, yes, luckily enough, because it means that we are a rich country. I would keep speaking for hours, but we have exceeded all time allocated to us. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you to our chairman and vice minister, and also thank you for your insights, useful insights. I really would like to ask your forgiveness. We are running very late, but there is positive momentum here. Fabrizio Capaccioni will reach us. Liz McKeon, IKEA Foundation, welcome. Because the very last step together this morning concerns the role of foundations that are in between the public and private world. You heard about the thousands of insights. We could have spoken for hours about the themes that we just discussed. Fabrizio, maybe you can sit down here. As I said, the IKEA Foundation, the role of foundations is key for our reasonings today. Thank you.
It's such a pleasure to be here, and like others who have commented before me, I took stock of how long it's been since I've traveled to be in an in-person meeting, 20 months. And I took stock that this is, in fact, the first time I have boarded a plane since February 2020. But the reason I emphasize it is because we at the Foundation received many invitations to speak. I wanted to come to this one for a very special reason. When you think about where we are in climate action, and I should stop by saying, first of all, that I have the privilege of leading a portfolio making grants for IKEA Foundation with a team on climate action covering a lot of areas. But the more work we do, the more we realize that the built environment, is the most important area that we will work on. And I say that because as a donor, you have limited resources. In fact, it probably will surprise you that climate spending in the philanthropic sector is 2% of all philanthropy. 2% for the greatest existential challenge we face. And so as a donor, I have to look at what I would call the strategic trifecta. What would motivate me to spend money? And the built environment has that for 3 reasons. The first part of the trifecta is the opportunity to reduce massive emissions. We all know, and it has been said here already, that the built environment contributes 40%, something upwards of 40% of all the emissions. So you have that opportunity. The second part of the trifecta, for me as a donor, is the opportunity to create systems change. Because in order to succeed, there are multiple layers of change that must take place, as we've discussed: materials, skills, consumer knowledge, consumer preference, corporate leadership, utility behavior, regulation, urban design. These are more complex and occur at a scale larger than any other I can think of, except for food, agriculture, and land, where we also work as a foundation. So that systems change opportunity is the second big one. And then the third one for me is the human face of this change. We all know that the built environment covers both commercial, public, private infrastructure, but it is when we discuss home that we converge on the most personal area of climate change. Family, shelter, the place for safety, comfort, and rest. It's often a family's biggest source of debt and also their biggest asset. So, and for the last 18 months, the home has also been our workplace in many cases too. So the built environment for me is the trifecta, the strategic trifecta for philanthropic action. And I was motivated to come here to speak with you, but also to meet you, to hear what you're doing. I said yes to this invitation because I want to learn more about how, as we've discussed this morning, you're managing public utilities, where you're seeing progress in low-carbon building materials, where on the horizon of design and consumer education you're working, and how, in fact, you are creating jobs and changing what is a shortage of qualified labor in trades and more. In my mind, it is your efforts that are now and will continue to be some of the most meaningful and the most heroic in climate action this decade. And I don't say that lightly. I do mean heroic. Because these efforts need to be amplified, not only by showcasing Italy's example at the upcoming COP, but in every COP from here and this point forward. I've already mentioned that the built environment has not received sufficient attention by philanthropy and the small amount of money we give for all of climate. IKEA Foundation, where I am, and the Loudest Foundation, which I hope you'll also get familiar with, we are two of the strategic philanthropies that are trying to accelerate action in the built environment. And here in Europe, unlike other countries around the world where our foundation works, the EU renovation wave has already set an important framework and an incentive structure to move with speed. As has already been discussed this morning, collaboration is key, and at IKEA Foundation, when we apply philanthropic capital to support organizations or projects, we're keenly focused on the kinds of endeavors that we term foster unprecedented collaboration. Some say radical collaboration, but we say unprecedented because we can only succeed if we help to create and cultivate an emergent ecosystem for change that involves public sector, private sector, citizens, NGOs, etc. And that is the way that we hope to secure a greener, cleaner, sustainable planet. Now, I'd like to just share in the built environment where we have been working, we use 4 strategic lenses to work on real economy, governance, finance, and people that we keep in mind. And I'm going to describe 7 objectives that we've already been doing through our funding and offer some examples. The first is shaping public ambition. Second is minimizing the negative consequences of policies. The third is ensuring policy responsiveness, and I'll mention how. The fourth is strengthening the tools of public administration. The fifth is advocating for sector-wide collaboration. The sixth is promoting a race to the top in corporate transition. And the 7th is building tools for accountability. And we've heard a little bit about all of these so far, but let me just mention a few of the things that we've done. Getting governance right with the people and for the people is a high priority for us. So by shaping policy ambition, we are partnering with groups like the European Climate Foundation to push for the most ambitious regulations on building renovation in Europe. And here we focus on building elements with the highest abatement potential, such as the building envelope, insulation, heating fuel switch, gas phase-out, and materials used for renovations, embedded emissions. And our goal is to make the EU renovation wave as ambitious as possible. So in the near term, that level of ambition will be shaped by the current revision of the EPBD, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. And we're hoping to see minimum energy performance required for existing buildings. The second area that I mentioned is minimizing the negative policy consequences. And here we're concerned about the possibility of deepening energy poverty in Europe. And so the governance of the Social Climate Fund will be important, as well as the revisions of the EPBD and the European Emission Trading System. Ensuring policy responsiveness is also an important area for us. And here, to be sure that legislators don't just make the law and assume that it will all go well, we need feedback loops. So we fund a project called FETA, Fair Energy Transition for All, with a number of other donors. And what FETA is doing is in 9 countries in the EU, including Italy, social scientists are out doing focus groups with people living on the margins so they can bring their voices back up to legislators, and that fine-tuning can be made in the policies as they go forward. Because as we all know, policy is never stagnant and life is always evolving. Next, I mentioned strengthening the tools for public administration, and this is an interesting area of green procurement that is highly important for us. We're funding something called the CO2 Performance Ladder, which fundamentally, whoever has a call, please take it. It's good to know that we're all busy. But the CO2 Performance Ladder is a tool that has been developed in the Netherlands that fundamentally changes or turns on its head the idea of procurement, which has also been talked about. We think of procurement as the government using tenders to give the best value for each euro to its taxpayer. And when price is always the bottom line, we don't think of climate. What the CO2 Performance Ladder does is it turns that on its head, and companies who bid must be rated in terms of how green they are. There's a very rigorous system applied to it. And the greenest bid wins, not the lowest price bid. We're now working to try to export this particular framework that's been used quite successfully in the Netherlands to other countries in Europe. So come and ask us about that. In terms of the real economy and finance, 2 of the bedrocks that are important to this success in the built environment, advocating sector-wide collaboration is very important for us. We proudly partner with the World Green Building Council on the Building Life campaign to ensure that we bring together all market players to adopt a whole life zero carbon target for buildings, to construct European and European-wide and national roadmaps that will inform and align many different stakeholders, to educate professionals in the use of harmonized calculation methods for embedded emissions, to create a common language, which was also mentioned before, and to support investors to include embedded emissions in their investment decisions. We've been working for years now on promoting a race to the top in terms of corporate transition through the We Mean Business platform, which IKEA Foundation helped to start, as well as science-based targets, which we were the original funder of. And they also collaborate with the World Green Building Council, Global ABC, and C40. These things are stimulating front-running companies in the built environment to lead by example on reducing not only their own emissions, but those of their supply chain. And these platforms provide governments with the evidence that they need to increase their own ambition, because it's possible. I know in the earlier debate that was on stage, there were the discussions and the tensions about whether or not you're creating jobs or saving money or doing the best, but I believe we can do both. We can, it is not a trade-off. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can do this as well, especially in the construction sector, where we statistically know there are not enough skilled workers. And finally, building tools for accountability. We fund both think tanks who crunch the numbers and measure things. The New Climate Institute in Berlin does a wonderful job of this, as well as the Platform for Carbon Accounting Financials, or PCAF, which enables financial institutions to account and reduce their financed emissions, including those from buildings. It's my honor to be with you here today, as I said, because for everything that we're trying to do, there is so much more to learn. And we engage at IKEA Foundation in long-term partnerships. And I've already been so inspired by what I've heard this morning, and I'm eager to continue to hear the rest of the discussion. But let me just close by saying that leadership from the participants in the Italian built environment sector is already pushing that trifecta I talked about. Massive emissions reductions, the human face of transition, and making sure that we also leave and create a better system and systems change that will help us all move forward. Although I focus very much on home, I know that there are so many different ways in which all of you are doing this, both in commercial buildings here at Mind, which is an amazing example, and across all of society. I do believe that this is going to be, as I said at the beginning, one of the most important and heroic sets of investments that we can make as a society to benefit all people and to protect our planet. And so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Grazie a Alice McLeon e Fondazione IKEA.
Thank you so much to Elizabeth, IKEA Foundation. Laudes Foundation was mentioned, and I do hope we have James with us from Laudes Foundation. Here he is.
Thank you for your time. Welcome in Milan. Adesso ascoltiamo quindi quella che
Now we shall listen to the vision of Laudes Foundation after having listened to the commitment and results achieved by IKEA Foundation. Yes, it's your...
Wonderful. Well, I'm always inspired listening to Liz, and we're so thrilled at the Laudes Foundation to be working very closely alongside the IKEA Foundation to shift this big beast of a sector, this sector that holds so much huge promise in terms of climate. And I'm always slightly staggered that this sleeping giant, actually many people haven't awoken to its true climate moment. I remember it was around COP18. There was a sleepy room of negotiators. I think even some of them may have fallen asleep, where transport and the built environment were for the first time truly on the agenda. There was a slightly bewildered group of us who'd come together on this rushed last-minute panel, and that was built environment's moment just some years ago. And fast forward to COP21, where the first ever Built Environment Day was hosted by the French government at that all-important conference that gave us the Paris Agreement. And for the first time, really actors across the entire sector came together to really start to nail down what the vision needed to be and really the how of how we really deeply decarbonize this sector. And it's such an important moment now as we look together towards COP26 that we galvanize and that we pinpoint, as Liz said, some of those critical acupuncture points that are really going to make a difference to change the entire built environment system. It's really critical that we come together across the fields of policymakers, of industry, indeed of finance, and those broader communities. I think from our side at the Laudes Foundation, we absolutely see that it's critical to bring together the climate community with social justice communities. If we're going to make this enormous transition, these two rather siloed groups absolutely need to come together. So as this wall of industry that's been supported by GBC Italia comes to the COP with this grand vision, with this fantastic manifesto, it's critically important that beyond the COP, we're reaching out to communities and to workers, those who are key parts of this transition, without whom we can't make it happen, to really ensure we're walking down the same path. Now, I think from our side at the Laudes Foundation, in terms of moving towards a sector that is regenerative and inclusive, that is focused on deep decarbonisation and well-being for all, we've seen that in Europe, we've been rightly focused on energy use in the building sector, one of the biggest hitting issues for the sector. But it's time that now we take a full look at the IPCC report and do what's now needed in tackling the total carbon impact of the sector and really accelerating action, not just on operational carbon, but on embodied carbon as well. Indeed, we're thrilled alongside the IKEA Foundation to be supporting GBC Italia, the World Green Building Council, and a coalition of councils who will be releasing over the coming months this vision of how we achieve true net zero across the whole life cycle. But as I said, we do really need everyone at the table. And I think it's the job of philanthropies like ours to enable that coming together. We're working with a series of brave partners across Europe and indeed the globe, the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, brave group of cities who brought together those local level policymakers who can unlock vision rapidly and who are working on key policies that address whole life cycle carbon, embrace a circular construction economy, and race us towards more regenerative behavior, such as using bio-based construction materials. And it was fantastic to hear from Tony at Lend-Lease that really the company's moving in that direction. We're working with brave partners like Climate Kick, who are doing deep demonstrators in wonderful cities like Milan and Madrid, going where it's hardest, trying to tackle those emissions that are going to make the most difference as we race to really meet the requirements of the Paris Agreement. And indeed, of course, the Green Building Council network, bringing the whole value chain across industry together. We need no less. But again, I would really back what Liz has said in terms of our need as a corporate community, as a political community, to truly engage the communities most impacted by the built environment on the ground, to improve the ability of civil society to be at the table as we're shaping policies like the Green Deal, policies to deeply transition our built environment towards zero carbon. It's critical that civil society is able to play a very, very strong role here. And as far as we can see, the built environment now needs to really truly wake up, not just in racing to net zero. I think many of you around the table today, your companies are already embracing this vision, are already front runners on the road to net zero. But also, and as I call it, net zero plus nature, Netflix and others around the world are starting to wake up to the true magnitude of the call of our IPCC reports, the call of the Paris Agreement, not just to radically reduce emissions in huge sectors like the built environment, but to work closely with nature to remove a huge amount of carbon from our atmosphere. And again, it's fantastic to see Lend-Lease and others starting to form partnerships with those in the forestry sector to say, how can we team up across our cities, across the built environment, and across those working on nature-based solutions and with forests. It's this breaking down silos, working across the built environment, the financial system, the forest system. It's breaking those silos down that's going to provide the innovation we need to speed towards our targets. And I think one of the areas, as I say, we have, I think, still work ahead of us, is to really deeply understand what social value, what social equity in this transition of the built environment needs. Indeed, in our work, we've seen there's increasing clarity being provided by networks like yours on really the how of deep decarbonization, how we get there, how we embrace circularity beyond case studies at that macro and micro scale. But that narrative around what does it mean to truly involve people, really to truly value well-being for all, particularly those most marginalized communities. Here, I think our narrative is weaker, but there are brave actions being taken on the ground by brilliant developers, by brilliant cities like Milan and others that can shine a light on actually how can we truly involve people and ensure that that transition is equitable. We've got much work to do here in terms of research, the kind of action programs that can really spell out what it means to involve people in big political and development decisions. And indeed, we've got to spell this out in terms of the policy we're creating. There's this huge window of opportunity under the Green Deal to spell out what this deep decarbonization journey looks like for the sector. It's critical that we're looking across the whole life cycle, not just at the touch points with climate impact, but really at the touch points with people, trying to understand through that new life cycle. And as next generation business models evolve in our sector, how do they impact communities? How do they impact workers as we embrace a circular economy? Are those jobs good jobs? The future we embrace has to support the well-being of all. And I think there, philanthropy is able to challenge and inspire to work with many of you who are making these visionary climate targets within your own organizations to embrace that agenda too and ensure that we really get where we need to over the coming years. Thank you.
Grazie, thank you so much James Drinkwater del Laudes Foundation, estremamente interessante, oltre che la visione di insieme.
Besides this whole vision that he provided us, this makes us think of COP21. When the agreement of Paris was signed, these commitments then were not fully implemented, but amongst the various commitments, there was one which is particularly interesting for the construction industry. And this brings us to COP26, the day where we started from in the jingle at the beginning of our session, where reference was made to the vertical workshop devoted to built environment. There will be a Cities, Regions and Built Environment Day. that will be celebrated. And I go back to what James said when COP18 was making people sleep, to having instead a full day work on built environment, on the built environment. This is an indication of the long way we went, but it is but the beginning of a long journey. That's why it is very interesting to listen from Bex Porter, built environment team, that is part of the climate champions and that can illustrate the activity of the Green Building Council work in view of the run-up to Glasgow COP26.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting the climate champions here today. Apologies that I cannot speak to you in Italian, but it's been great to hear from some of your speakers today. I wanted to share what is the role of the climate champions. I lead the built environment for the UN high-level climate champions for COP26. And our role is to rally non-state actor ambition towards COP and beyond. And so non-state is anything that isn't a national government. So the business community, the cities community, university, regions, and others, to ultimately meet the goals of the Paris Agreement and crucially make 2021 the most impactful year for climate action. The climate champions, for anyone who isn't aware, are nominated by the host presidency for each COP and work as part of UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, heading up the Marrakesh Partnership. And so this year, I work for Nigel Topping, who is the incoming champion for the UK presidency, and Gonzalo Munoz, who is the outgoing champion for the Chilean presidency from the previous COP. One mechanism that we're really using to drive ambition in the business, city, and region communities is the Race to Zero. It's a UN-backed global campaign. It's driven by science, and it collates all credible commitments to halving emissions by 2030 and becoming a net zero organization by 2050 at the very, very latest. This huge kind of swell of demand then will send that signal to policymakers that the non-state actor community are ready and are driving action ahead of policy. We've got 10 Italian cities in the race, and in total, globally, we've got nearly 800 cities so far. And in terms of business, globally, we've got over 4,000 businesses in the Race to Zero. And we think currently we've attracted around 15% of the global economy, which is fantastic to think that all of those influential players have this commitment to halve their emissions by 2030. For the built environment, we've been focusing on investors, real estate asset managers, contractors, architects, engineers, and beyond, and have seen real momentum in the past 2 months in particular as we lead up to COP26. And I know you heard from Lend-Lease earlier today. They're one of the front runners in the race and are really using the race as a method to influence their supply chains. So in terms of the climate champions, it's so important, the work of the World GBC and the Building Life campaign also. The Building Life campaign really echoes that mix of private sector action and public policy that we deem necessary to tackle the whole life impact of buildings. And it's fantastic to show that collaboration between private and public ahead of policy. We're also incredibly supportive and pleased with the World GBC updated net zero carbon buildings commitment. This update aligns the commitment entirely with the high-level champions sector goals for the built environment and also the Marrakesh Partnership Human Settlements Pathway. And we see this as a huge lever in our sector to send a demand signal to investors, cities, and policymakers that occupiers want quality buildings. They want net zero carbon buildings. And so to COP26, only 30 days to go, which is quite staggering. Plenty to do in those 30 days. And as James said, partly in thanks to the lobbying of green building councils such as this, we're able to have built environment as one of the key themes at COP26 on Cities, Regions and Built Environment Day on the 11th of November. And I just wanted to share some of the key messages that we will be showcasing on that day, some of which have been kind of echoed in the two previous speeches. The need for radical collaboration across the value chain, that is critical. And what we will be anchoring all of our messages in is radical collaboration. That's between regional governments and private sector. It's between stakeholders within the private sector, and it happens at multi-levels and across multi-levels. And only through collaboration will we be able to create the change at pace and at scale that is needed. We need that common goal to break down the silos. We need that humble nature from businesses to say, we can't do this alone, and we need to collaborate and work together. The second key message is that the built environment has to be seen as a critical sector to meeting the Paris Agreement. 39% of global greenhouse gas emissions are related to the built environment. We need to wake this sleeping giant. We need people to be aware that cities and regions, just as one example, will not meet their ambitions without tackling their built environment. And lastly, just to say that we will be echoing that all built environment stakeholders get behind the 2030 and 2050 goals set out in the Marrakesh Partnership Human Settlements Pathway, which it's fantastic to see are now echoed in WGBC's net zero carbon buildings commitment, and also the fantastic manifesto shared today from GBC Italia. So I hope that's given you a little insight to what we'll be hoping to achieve next month in Glasgow. And thank you for having us today.
Grazie a Bex Porter e buon lavoro a Glasgow.
Thank you, Bex Porter. Thank you so much. Fabrizio Capaccioli, after Lotus Foundation, IKEA Foundation, the Climate Champions presentations, the task to you is to summarize what we heard. You'll meet again in the afternoon, of course, but we'll be closing our session with you, morning session with you. I'll try and cover this very quickly. This is the right conclusion of this table between private investors and public organizations and the foundations that we just heard from. If we go back to this concept of a red thread that you mentioned at the beginning, also because Marco Mari said that we should also be mindful of the beads that compose this red thread. And as to Italy, and this I would have liked to tell our deputy minister, Italy is very good at construing private sector needs. And we had the mayor of Pesaro with us. He was very far-sighted. He set up a certified training school. He's the only one that will be bringing his certified building to COP26 as an example, as a case in point. So we should be trying and transfer ideas and knowledge. This is what our organization already does, because I do not know how many of you can already interact directly with the public administration. When we talk about ecological transition, energy transition, we can hardly think of stakeholders who are called upon in the decision-making process. As to our deputy minister, a consultation was opened and the ministry is trying to convey messages. This is not our main message, of course, to convey messages, but this allows those who are interested in any manner, as Lotus or Kia foundations do, to launch these projects. Building Life project speaks about life and buildings at the same time, not the building life cycle, but the life of the building and the life of the people in the building. So unless we realize how significant and circular this is, and there is plenty to be done amongst our institutions, suffice to think to what an extent our regulatory framework can act in terms of energy efficiency or sustainable development. Because we just speak about energy efficiency today, but energy is not the only thing. What GBC aims at achieving, and I commit myself as deputy president, what we need to do with this government is to convey a message granting the possibility to private investors, to those who believe in green buildings in a sustainable world, to achieve this goal, relying on a regulatory framework which is in line with the net zero emission objective. The level hasn't been reached yet, but we must work hard so that the public administration can reach the same level that the private sector has achieved. We just heard from Lotus Foundation and IKEA Foundation. This was a revelation because we realized how the world keeps evolving in a holistic, structured manner towards a sustainable building industry. Fabrizio Capaccioli, Vice President of GBC Italy, you'll come back this afternoon, and you'll need to draw our conclusions at 5:30. Where is our President, Mari? Where is he? This is the third time that he disappears. Well, he can afford it because he's a president. Not true for you because you are deputy chairman, deputy president. Dear Marco, I'm being very familiar with you. I call you Marco instead of Mr. Mari. But anyway, the floor is yours. You need to draw the morning session conclusions. We leave the stage to you. Are you leaving? Yes, we are. But we'll keep listening to you. Can I have a microphone? Yes, we can use this one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That's all for me. You need to draw conclusions. Thank you very much. It was a great opportunity I was given to find the red thread. You turned the red thread into a green one, but I also appreciated your metaphor of the beads that must make up this red thread. And this is what we mean. Everybody must contribute its own bricks. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your work. Thank you for moderating our session. so masterfully. Can I have one manifesto, please? One copy of our manifesto, because this is what we need to speak about. This has become a summary of our discussion today, because the manifesto we have defined identifies what we believe is the main path to sustainability. Thank you very much. Why did we decide to draft a manifesto? Because at such a moment, with the pre-COP26 meeting being held in Milan in the run-up to COP26 in Glasgow, we need to stand up. We need to be capable of indicating a way. We did so thanks to some leaders' contributions that have been working with us on a Building Life project that is fully funded. Thank you. We must be effective in our advocacy actions. Young people are right when they say that we should be acting now. But we need to be accountable for what we do and to start reporting about what we did. That's why we divided our manifesto into 3 different parts: actions, tools, and principles. I'll try and cover them very quickly. And that I'll be engaging the most important actors of the advisory board that supported us, discussed with us in the representation of what we represent as a community. As to actions, it is key to decarbonize. We already said this. We need to move in this direction. Second important item is the circularity in the construction industry. And this should be shifted upstream. We should be speaking about a circular design more than circular economy, because we need circular designs upstream. And then resilience, sustainability, and healthiness of cities, both large and medium-sized. 70% of Italian cities is municipalities with less than 5,000 inhabitants. Milan is very strong in this. Rome is equally strong, but there are problems in small to medium-sized cities. Today, the mayor of Pesaro was here with us. It was a pleasure to listen to him and the school that they refurbished, renovated, and the LEED protocol allowed the school to get a platinum rating, 88 points. That's what the school scored. It is the most performing school in Europe, a third in Europe.
And I say to Nadia Boschi, we are hosted by Lend-Lease. Pesaro is one of the many normal provincial cities we have, and we can do such things, instruments, tools. We said it today, legislation keyed to rewording, not prescription, but performance. And that's what energy environmental protocols are useful for. We think about the performance that we should measure, and public administrations are free to get rid of useless elements, innovation and digitalization, sustainable finance, and taxonomy report as well. Sustainable finance is that finance that assesses credit risk, and our protocols become a very important indicator. And then assessment. Participatory governance. I believe that we, as international community, we represent one of the biggest entities. The protocols that we support come from all the various protagonists of the industry, including developers, public administrations. It's the members making us up. And yes, the public entity defines objectives. Private entity should get organized with clear, transparent rules to be accountable in a clear, verifiable way. The principles: upholding cultural, environmental values. Sustainability is such if next generations can enjoy same cultural and environmental values we have available today. That's why also the heritage, sustainability sectors are important. Inclusive and equitable transition, nobody can be excluded. Centrality of the person and harmony with the existing world, it is important. We were taught it by Pope Francis, and it was defined by the Italian Bishops' Association and the 17 objectives of the United Nations, but these are top-level indicators. What we are doing with the energy environmental protocols is allowing designers, a company, and all the manufacturers of products to attain final objectives, lower energy impact, water impact, healthiness, and all the rest. First thing to do, in my opinion, is to indicate the direction to follow, think about it together, and then produce a manifesto with a long cover. And so, in order to do this, I'd like to invite the advisors that helped us, and I'd like to give them the floor very briefly. I'd like to start with the host, a long-standing friend that supported our community, Nadia Boschi, Head of Sustainability Italy and Continental Europe Lend-Lease. Nadia, thank you so much, Marco. First and foremost, thanks a lot to each and everyone, but Green Building Council Italy, for accepting to come to mind today in a day that for us, sustainability leaders and all of us, it is a strategically important initiative. Last time we met as GBC Italy, I had the opportunity to share with you a thought, the concept of industrial transformation and the speech delivered by Kennedy Moonshot, necessary transformation involving each and everyone. And this morning, well, our moonshot is to reach absolute zero 2040. Marco, you told me what the stories are. In your bags, you have so many stories reflecting that manifesto. We're very proud to participate and also be part of all such points. So you shall find our socio-economic approach focused on man and the industry. And then the various green stories characterized by resilience. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nadia. Thank you so much for the help and support. Paolo Quaini, Urban Regeneration Leader, Edison. Paolo, I believe that you should come here and perhaps otherwise it's difficult to see you. Thank you so much, Marco. Thanks a lot to each and everyone. Edison embraces with passion this manifesto. In this manifesto, we have years of experience of our company. Everything was said during the morning. We share such values, and specifically I'd like to focus on one point, the concept of system. The concept of system, because we live in a period where it is very easy to say that for the ambitious objective we have, the solution comes from a technology, from an application. The level of the ambition of the objective we have doesn't allow us to simply act through a specific technology, but understanding the need is fundamental. So you shouldn't simply go from condensation boiler to a heat pump, but you should wonder if you need that heat pump, but also the system where the building is. One of the key themes we tackled is the level of consistency between the objectives of the individual object and the metropolitan area, surrounding area. In order for this to happen, we need a new way to establish relationships. Private with private entities, nobody can be alone. Public with public entities, because public-private partnership is not just a question of identification of opportunities, but contribution from the public entity. If rules at a regional, national, metropolitan level, if you don't have communication between such levels, it's difficult for private entities to act. Maria Elena Gasperini, Manager of Consultancy, Jacobs, Italy. Thank you so much. I must admit, I feel very moved to be here today. It's a wonderful event. We're bringing home so many objectives. This manifesto for us is a starting point, and tomorrow we will be invited to pursue actions in a quick way. Otherwise, we cannot attain the transition objectives. We represent the world of construction engineering. Our contribution is not enough. We need everybody's contribution. It's a great pleasure to see that in this room we have so many faces working with us on such themes. And I'd like to end by wishing you good collaboration and good work for tomorrow. Stefano Corbella, Sustainability Officer and Secretary of the Sustainable Innovation Committee, COIMA. Thank you so much for having me and for contributing to the drawing up of the manifesto. I believe it's an important milestone for GBC and specifically for the real estate sector for which we work. I will be brief in sharing a thought. Carbon emission and the objectives of 2050. This theme, just like you said, is complex. And there's no way out except you work on it to solve the problem. Many times when you have the problem, you stop doing that thing, that specific thing. And in this case, we have instead to intervene. There's no possibility to take a step backwards. It's a call for action almost for all of the real estate industry to work and solve this problem that is at the basis of the well-being of our companies, well-being of citizens and the future of our children. Thank you so much, Stefano. Anna Villari, Sustainability Development Manager, A2A. Thank you so much. First of all, for having me to take part in this working group. Actually, I have learned a lot, just like today. I've been dealing with sustainability for 10 years, roughly. If I should communicate a message, it's a message of hope. There's a wind of change. There are important factors, the awareness of the risk of climate change. We all agree. And we've also realized that mankind can change quickly. And unfortunately, we've learned it from a tragedy just like COVID. And I'd like to quote Jeffrey Sachs. who is a real expert. Probably the world already knows what to do today, and many actions have been mentioned. You should simply implement such actions and speed up. Indispensable value is represented by cooperation. You need cooperation between countries and people and politicians. Thank you so much, Anna. And last but not least, dear friend that was with us for so many years in the executive committee of the association, Manuela Oyan, head of environmental transition, AMAT, Milan. AMAT is the operational arm of the Milan municipality for us. Participating in this working group and in the manifesto, it is important to get out of the watertight compartment approach. The Milan municipality already tackles some themes connected to climate change, promotion of adaptation, resilience, and urban regeneration. But the manifesto puts forward highly challenging proposals, and specifically embodied carbon and decarbonization and circular economy, and they are joining. We as AMAT are interested in working with the other participants to create common working methods that we can share. And I heard the term having a feedback loop to understand the contribution of the public administration by also proposing soft policy instruments and also review of binding instruments. Lastly, digitalization. Digitalization and competencies, skills, and the use of new technologies, technological progress are useful working instruments. Please come to the stage. We're ready for the final signing. I will behalf this manifesto on behalf of each and everyone. Thank you so much for your leadership and for supporting us. I believe that this is an objective not just those that contributed, but the whole Italian community. And just like GBC protocols are free of charge and available for everybody, universities, public administrations, and whoever wants to learn, we believe that and allow us to say subsidiarity concept, where public-private entities cooperate for common objectives. It's the only way to carry out pragmatic actions respecting the big values of resilience and healthiness in the built environment, focusing on the objectives and needs of people and of the environment. And we sign. Congratulations.
Vicepresidente, si accomodi, una foto assieme, perché forse non è chiaro. Esistono tante persone che hanno dato una mano infinita.
There are so many persons that gave a helping hand, that I stressed every day. There are other people that he stressed. I just invite a friend to represent them all. I said it before, I do not want to take additional time, not to be too late, because I would like to be late with you. And this event starts from this manifesto, and that saw the cooperation and of each and everyone to define content for which everybody will be fully committed in our daily practice, in our day-by-day business. That's what can make the difference, and we have to be fully committed on it. I believe that with the President, at least as far as I'm concerned, well, this manifesto will lead to an everyday commitment, and we don't want to take a step backwards. and that's driving the change. Thank you so much. See you later for the afternoon session, Italian Leadership and GBC Awards.
Green Building Council Italia, driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia, driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia, driving the change. Green Building Council Italia, driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia, driving the change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the Change. Green Building Council Italia. Driving the change. Green Building Council Italia per COP26.
Pomeriggio.
Good afternoon
Bentornati.
and welcome back. Let's see if we can start our second afternoon session. This is our jingle. 2 months from COP26 and in the run-up of a pre-COP26 conference, a discussion on the fight against global warming. The building industry accounts for 39% of CO2 emissions. 10% is accounted for by embodied carbon emissions. The complexity plays a key role in the fight against climate change and in the achievement of the objective of an inclusive decarbonization. Thanks to the action of GBC Italy, the topics of zero net emissions will be the content of a day devoted to cities, regions, and built environment. The objective is to connect all the supply chain and the real estate world. And today we'll be presenting the manifesto for COP26 by GBC Italia, addressing all stakeholders' needs and engaging them. Driving the change in Building Council Italy for COP26. When I prepared this video, my voice was much deeper than today. Of course, I'm joking. The discussion this morning was broad-ranging, and we also mentioned the policy roadmap during the morning session. And this is a must, because otherwise actors move in the wrong direction. That's why we closed our morning session by illustrating our manifesto, something very practical, providing a list of suggestions and tools and values. There are practices to measure complicated systems such as buildings, neighborhoods and cities, and these complicated and complex systems must positively contribute to decarbonized society, must have a positive social, economic and environmental impact. We now shift to the second part of our working day. And this is the afternoon session that I'll be chairing. This part no longer concerns, this session no longer concerns the path to be entered, but how to leverage on our leadership, leaders that share their best practices, their know-how, and this sharing them means to, in a way, partner up with others for the common good. One of the special feature of our association allows direct peers and competitors to work around the same table, develop tools that are not specialized just for timber or concrete or steel. but sees the collaboration of all, trying to develop tools for those who design, develop, manufacture materials. And these tools allow us to aggregate value in the value chain of the supply chain, because if you choose one product over another, this can make a difference. But then if the product is badly installed, this will be a negative impact. Therefore, we need practical experiences that need to be showcased. We are a bit reluctant to show what we do. Instead, we should be, again, showcasing our content. Mr. Crisafi, President of the Observatory for the Care of the Common House, cannot be here because he is in Rome. We tried with the online version of his message, but it was complicated. And he would have covered the Italian best practices. There is a topic which is the need to move out of depression into which the construction supply chain fell into. And we focused for some time on speculation and other aspects, forgetting the great culture of building in Italy. Suffice to think of the crypts of the churches, how they were built. That was an implementation of circular economy. Reuse of buildings, which is very important for energy protocols. If you go to Milan or Rome, you see the Roman walls that were turned into something else, and so on and so forth. Do we want to speak about comfort or lighting quality? Suffice to think of the Pantheon. So we have a strong legacy. We have forgotten our cultural roots. You cannot build anything unless you have deep-rooted trees. And this is why we decided to speak about Italian leadership. We are going to have a round table, and then the round table will be moderated by Mr. Vecchi, who is a journalist, and the round table will be with the GBC Italia friends. Anci Aspesi will be asking these friends, what's going on? Why do we need to retrieve this awareness of what Italy can put forth as a leading country? The following part is Stephen Richardson, who will be interviewing Giuliano Dallò. And who has just published a book. We should be showing how these realities can be compared. And then we come to the GBC Italia Awards. This is a celebration when those who do things present their outcomes and results to the members. This is not the award for the best or the worst, but what we want to do is to celebrate that part of the economic supply chain, that part of the public administration, and that part of stakeholders that stand up and say, this is possible. And I close by saying that this was an interesting day. Our Vice President will be drawing some conclusions at the end. this beautiful container made available by Lend-Lease is a container of best practices. It is a think tank. It is a great showcase of Italian building industry that defines best practices. Having said so, I leave the floor to those who can better moderate a session. I was his guest in a TV show. So now I'd like to introduce Francesco Vecchi, who is a journalist, a great professional. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear President. Good afternoon to you all. I'm very happy I'm here to moderate this afternoon's session organized by Green Building Council, and I'm also happy to moderate that part of the day that will present the manifesto that was signed by the President in the previous session, and this will be made real. But when we talk about best practices, we have the word practice that must be rooted in reality. As the President anticipated, we'll try to turn our discussion into something very practical, and this is the reason why we'll be awarding prizes, because these are to companies or people that already adopted the best guidelines. So I'm very happy for this. The President is right. My TV show is Mattino 5, and he was my guest. We were speaking about bills, electricity bills, and in my show, he was the only one who made people understand that before speaking of how energy is being produced, before discussing how to produce energy from renewables or coal or nuclear energy, first we need to save energy. The best energy source is the one that we do not consume. And we can do this through buildings. While coming here, I was thinking that eating, drinking is something that we always do, I mean, to survive. But living buildings is something different, is not a necessity. Without further ado, I'd like to start with the round table. I'm inviting Vice President of GBC Italy, Fabrizio Capaccioli. It's a long-standing relationship that I have with Mr. Capaccioli. My job is not to give the floor, but to prevent people from speaking. And last time I met Mr. Capaccioli, he invited Mr. Lotito. Marco Caffi is invited on stage, Vice President of the European Regional Network of World GBC. Please. Federico Filippo Riana, President of ASPESI, the National Association of Real Estate Promoters, and Mayor of Bari, Antonio De Caro. You are very welcome. Mr. De Caro is also the president of ANCI, which is the Italian Association of Italian Mayors. I have been in Bari some days ago, and I must say that I must congratulate myself in terms of what was done in the regeneration of urban areas. And I would start with the president of ANCI, with the mayor of Bari. How can we implement a turnaround when we talk about energy consumption through buildings? Thank you very much for your invitation. This opportunity allows me to repeat what mayors have been repeating over the past few days. We feel like the lieutenant of the government as to the implementation of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. We are those that have the largest spending capability. 2019 municipalities spent 25% of national resources for public works, and from 2012-2018, 185,000 were the projects that were started by Italian municipalities. Even in 2020, the public spending increased by 20%. So at a time when we believed that all works were being stopped, actually municipalities invested a lot. The National Recovery and Resilience Plan allows us to fill many gaps in Italy, generational one, territorial gaps, energy efficiency, as it was said in the opening remarks, and this in order to improve Italian or community life standards. 2 days ago, the GDP in Italy exceeded 6%. This is well beyond expectations. So we believe that Draghi, more than man of necessity, is the man of opportunity, an opportunity for Italy. This shows how opportunity can allow institutions to team up, to partner up. And we have to review our investment in Italy through this fund, because COVID stopped urban development, but also accelerated some of the components of previous models. For instance, we have been saying we should be avoiding private cars. You need to use public transit means. But then we told those people, no, please, you should keep a social distancing, so you should no longer use public transit, just use your private car. A lot of problems in the service organization, schools, entrance was staggered, and this entailed an acceleration in the use of e-mobility, the sharing solutions, the light cycle lanes. Before, you could not think of building a cycle lane in just a few days, while today this is possible. So this is a new pattern. We speak about 15-minute cities, and within, I guess, such a backdrop, even the smallest municipalities will become the players in urban planning, in strategical planning, and the idea is to rely on the Resilience and Recovery Plan funds and not to go back to 2019 levels, because in 2019 Italy was not strong, even not fair. The idea is to use these resources to turn Italy into a stronger country, a fairer country with respect to the one that we experienced before the pandemic. And I believe that from the energy efficiency perspective, we should be making sustainable development strategies more widespread. we should turn these strategies into something more repeatable, also based on the events that we can repeat. And the rating systems are those instruments that were validated. The active contribution of the Green Building Council Italy is key. By means of this action of dissemination of certification protocols for historical buildings that can be found everywhere in Italy, we need a reporting criteria, reporting systems for the building industry. We need to put in place circular economy processes. The Fit for 55 package shows that it is up to the public administration to set the tone in the field of energy efficiency, because the energy efficiency should be 3% each year for public administration buildings. That's why yesterday, when we had a meeting with the Minister for Finance, we asked to extend the 110% incentive, turning it into something practicable for hospitality buildings, but also for municipal institutions. And I'm referring to the building stock in Italy. If social housing, for instance, are in the hands of the national government, they can rely on the 110% incentive, while if they are owned by the municipality cannot have access to these incentives. And this is an evidence of how communal or municipal institutions wanted to renovate and to renovate and regenerate its building stock. And we need to establish institutional relationships between the municipality, the regional governments, the states, and these relationships must be streamlined. Regulatory processes must be streamlined with respect to town planning and incentives. And we have to cooperate all together, centralized institutions, social partners with citizens to enhance the value of a municipal building stock, of public building stock and private building stock, because energy efficiency will definitely help us to live in a better world. Environmentally speaking, it will help us not to consume energy, but it also helps us in terms of jobs creation, because this can become a driver for growth.
Mayor, I'd like to take some minutes, additional minutes, for a couple of questions. First of all, you touched the theme. I hosted you recently in alarm by municipality in general, and you said you needed new technicians to manage complex applications related to the super incentive 110. In terms of streamlining of the rules, how much road is yet to be taken? We could achieve a small simplification because if you need to recover all the documentation or retrieve it in our archives, it means staff. That staff, we didn't get it. We had streamlining as a result of the super incentive. We also use citizenship income beneficiaries. They can help us for what they can do. It's a volunteer work. It's not a job. They give help in identifying documentation in the archive. There is a physical archive, but we'd like to employ staff. We can streamline the procedures for the assignment of work, and we can, obtain streamlining for recourse. If a company, and legitimately so, makes a plea to the State Council and it gets blocked for years, you can go on with your working activity, and then the company can work, and then you see. However, what we don't have, municipalities lost 20% of their own employees, and also in that case, despite the commitment expressed by the government, and there's a rule that allows us to employ not for the super incentive, so that we can use other staff for super incentive. However, the rule is not clear, and at a first reading at the offices of the ministry, where yesterday we had a talk, public administration, Ministry of the Economy and Finance, that rule prevents municipalities from proceeding with employment. In an article of the rule, it is said that institutional subjects that have spending capacity, they can recruit. It's not us, but it's the ministry. And in another step, institutional subjects that have project capability. Well, circular letter should be published. A new norm is not necessary, but a circular letter. And the bureaucratic risk, in my opinion, is the main obstacle between us and the green transition. And we will see it today. We have the protagonists, we have competencies. Obviously, we need public administration that acts as an engine. You mentioned historical heritage, historical stock, and small villages. When you speak about new green buildings, you may imagine what has been done here. Wonderful, but Italy is also made up of small villages and historical buildings. You have this experience, and you have. You live in a wonderful place. Do you need something specific for that context or not? We need, again, streamlining, simplification, and you should preserve the historical elements of the building. That's why from all over the world you have tourists visiting the villages of our country. It's a marketing tool. But at the same time, in keeping the envelope, the historical, architectural value, religious value of the villages of our country, we should proceed with regeneration, restoration, energy efficiency schemes, because living in a comfortable building also helps to have an agenda against the depopulation of those municipalities. And if you have depopulation of a small municipality, it's not a problem of that village or the mayor of that village. It's a problem of our country, because in those villages you have, how can I say, wonderful landscape and landscape framework, just like shrines inside a village. If people leave, we have a problem of the hydrogeological structure in those areas, rich in landscape, and the army should control so many churches, villages, castles, because if nobody lives in those areas, who controls them? Thanks for such words, Mayor. We'll let you go at this point, and thank you for being with us today in such an important day for Green Building Council and in the offing of COP26 in Glasgow. Thank you so much, Mayor. And now we are back here with Fabrizio. Then we shall make some remarks on what has been said by the Mayor. The theme is streamlining. Simplification in a modern world, in my opinion, means stratification. You cannot skip this step. It cannot be the Far West, but you have to act quickly. I didn't ask you to ask me this question, but it's so pleasant to give an answer, and I could speak for hours about it. I challenged myself, so I said it this morning in a slightly different way, perhaps. That's the main paradox. I believe, and this is not grasped by most people in usual regulatory procedures. Also, in the offering of streamlining, I had an exchange with Deputy Minister Morelli in the simplification decree. You have certain elements that personally give me the shivers. The concept of simplification for them, for those making decisions today, it's the opposite of control, certification, and I start from a fact that certifying is an absolute good in any way. And I say it when I think about the value of certification activities, for example, sustainability protocols, that unfortunately in the world of the public sphere, and you don't have much of it. And the process is not well known. The theme of sustainability protocols is not so widespread. And when you say, for example, what we do doesn't go against the public administration, but it is in favor of the public administration because it means you have controlled processes, projects, you have planning that allows you to see, looking ahead to the future. And with measurements, you can see the end result to have a rating, and you know also what the result you will achieve is in terms of consumption, of well-being, of any aspect having to do with the building. And it should be known, and I say it with intellectual honesty, and I say our, because I've seen that the perception you have inside the European Union is different, but here in Italy, it is considered something for which it is worth simplifying, and a guarantee for third parties, and by third parties I mean buyers, public administration and mayors. And recently, I don't know if you know it, nobody wants to be a mayor in Italy. We've also seen it in certain running for mayor cases. It's a job where when you act, you don't know if you are acting in the right dimension, and you can get an investigation, yes, and it's obvious. But mayors today, you know, it was stated by Ricci, but also De Caro mentioned it, mayors have a vicarious experience of a policy that goes to the top, but not going to their direction. And somebody will speak about urban regeneration, Oriana. And in a draft bill that fortunately was set aside, and it was written by somebody that does another job. I said it this morning. Associations should be partners that are involved when you have to interpret a theme in a vertical fashion. I am proud, together with President Mari, to adhere and to become part of the consultation process, to listen to the voice of all the parties. It's not just the trade unions and employment associations, but also Green Building Council Italy, that every day devote their attention, their passion, totally, I should say, personally, free of charge. It's my passion, I like it, but we do put content into it. GBC Italy is one of the reference partners that produces content in terms of green building sustainability, the manifesto itself. I put it right. Actually, I wanted to bring it home. It's sustainable. Leave it down, okay. To conclude, reading would be enough. Oriana, Dr. Oriana. And then I will ask you a question about urban regeneration and the road that you should take. And I'd like to take this hint mentioned by Fabrizio when he says that we're anchored to a model where parties are social partners. You have the industry, you have the entrepreneur. But we have the specificity of the various sectors, and we build green now. Do you need more involvement to have this perception as Green Building Council, that it is necessary that the public administration should involve you more? Thank you for the question. We should get back to urban regeneration later. In that case, we were consulted. I replied to you both. I went to the Senate Environment Committee, and we contributed to demolish that wrong law that was dysfunctional. Actually, I represent an entrepreneurial association. We're an association of real estate developers, and it's a niche activity, and they sometimes consider us to be builders. We're special builders. We're that world that created the area where we are now, Porta Nuova, and those 13 real estate operations that changed the face of Milan. In a moment, and you don't remember it, but Milan post the bribe era was depressed, but it got out of it thanks to this urban regeneration. It started with Porta Nuova City Life, followed by Expo, but then 13 major schemes of regeneration. We changed Milan, and we noticed that we imagined we would be hosted with hostility in Rome, and they wanted to set up a club of real estate entrepreneurs, and they told us you have to transfer the model of Milan to Rome. And so our Roman colleagues, even if they were not the supporters of us from Milan, they had a vision to understand that you had to shift to a transformation model. And I'd like to get to the thesis I'd like to raise in this venue, speaking about a green economy. For us, for our category of developers, urban transformation, following the green path, has to go through buildings for two reasons. First of all, we are producers, processors, and managers of buildings. The building is the mission of the category that I have the honor to represent, but also, especially, it was stated before, a building is responsible for the environmental problems of global warming, much more so than circulation of vehicles in Rome. When is a building sustainable? When it has it complies with some requirements. I'd like to remind you that we have so many people connected in social media, GBC, and for their own use, but also to my own use, because I'm quite ignorant about the theme. Let's say that the building is sustainable if it has energy neutrality, if it consumes as much energy as it consumes, if it has a low level of emissions, if it is built with environmentally friendly materials that preserve the environment also in the future, because you can recycle them. In a nutshell, that's the sustainable building. Can I ask you a question? And is it a utopia, or is it something achievable? The answer is very simple, and I'm also quite honest. It's not a utopia. if it becomes a business, and within such an important debate, and I hope I'm an expression of modern culture, and I hope I'm a fully aware citizen. And there's a problem of turning it all into business. Why? Because otherwise you don't do it. And without the market, we cannot do anything. And now I'm addressing my category, and I say here, what I say to the members of my sector. And in my opinion, also commercially, you have two main elements that should lead us introduce green elements in real estate operations. First of all, a commercial reason today, environmental awareness of our clients has increased, be they clients, especially if it is offices, but also retail clients, and that's the first factor. Then there's a more important factor and even more strategic than this one, because the first one is a bit discontinuous, and the public is getting slowly to a specific interest for a nice building, but there's a problem of feasibility of the building. We see in this period in Milan, you have this phenomenon of committees that are against every accomplishment.
Because they are environment friendly, but they are not environment friendly because in a small municipality like Milan, everything is valuable at 184 square kilometers of surface. There are 104 black holes. More than 200. This means more than one black hole for 200 square meters. The municipality of Milan, it's the city center, and this is just the city center, so everything is valuable in the municipality. And there are also very many areas that are decommissioned, that are dirty with illegal gangs. The production of jobs is halted, and this is Milan. Rome has even greater areas which are deteriorated and decommissioned. So all this brings to deprivation and not to environment-friendly solutions. But this is useless when you believe in it firmly. But how can you create a social, political, and cultural viability for urban regeneration to enhance the value of buildings, mixed-use buildings? Suffice to think of Porta Nuova neighborhood. Here presented by Coima. What we see is that we need preventive action, and this consists in an ex-ante consultation process, even in terms of livability, public transit means, neighborhood services. Second, environment friendliness of buildings. Third, perception of the sustainability of this real estate project, in particular with respect to areas profiling. And this according to internationally acknowledged standards where the Green Building Council can have a say. And we are also part of an international federation which is called FIATSI, and together with the United Nations, an indicator which is called CPI, which is the index of urban sustainability perception based on international standards. We tried to promote these standards to the municipality of Milan, but they didn't even take this into consideration. Milan says these are international standards, we produce our own. We should be sharing standards with the European Union, with the United Nations. We should not outline our own. We should not prepare our own. And I close by saying that unlike our cousins developers, building is a means and not an end, a very important means that we're not interested in building more. We want to build better. And I'm not saying so because I like these words. We are an association of redevelopers because we tend to refurbish buildings. So it's not very difficult to speak about regeneration and recovery of materials to us. We do not earn on building houses. What we want to do is to enhance the value of that building, and doing so, we also emphasize the value of the local area and the community. If we establish a relationship, we can improve things. What we want to do is to regenerate. Our interest always matches the community's interest. I was born in Milan, and this made me think of the area, Porta Nuova, before it was regenerated as a neighborhood. That was a very dangerous neighborhood. I was born in '82, and for those who were born in Milan, this idea is very clear in mind, and this makes us hopeful. I'm asking Marco Caffi, Vice President of the European Regional Network of the GBC World. I'm asking, how does Italy fare versus Europe? Well, he said something very important. We can't meet the environmental challenge alone. We need a collaboration, and not within the same industry, the same country, but going beyond borders. And it is against such a backdrop that Italy, as a green building movement, is in a position of giving and receiving. We are part of the World Green Building Council, and this is an opportunity we have to confront ourselves on innovation, on innovative solutions. As a European network of Green Building Council, we can also lobby the European Commission. And when we consider all other continents, there are centralized institutions. In Europe, we have the European Commission, a centralized institution. This facilitates the coordination of our activities. We are more united than in other industry in this field. For instance, when we talk about sustainable finance, green finance, finance will be the most important lever to speed up transition. And green finance sees in the European Commission a way to develop green buildings, green real estate investment. And thanks to the GBC, we understand what it means to transpose these concepts in the individual countries and then joining forces. As GBC, we could send Stephen Richardson, who sits at the table of the sustainable finance platform of the European Commission, to support a better understanding of sustainability in building, so we can understand how green mortgages can be developed in the various European countries, trying to propose them to our own country. Let's also think of the certification system. We confront ourselves with the development of rating systems. This is a key to have a sustainable built environment where the level of sustainability can be measured, and every single country is developing its own standards or sharing the standards with other countries. To take part in an international event means to try and have a say in the indicators to measure sustainability. This is something that the European Commission promoted in 2017 as an experiment. This is called the levers. This is not a certification system. This is a set of indicators that support all European countries and associations in the field of sustainable building so that they can share approaches. Then you can develop your own rating system, but you can share standards. You are part of an international movement. Means to be able to draw upon these experiences, these common experiences, and these experiences is what we want to introduce in the Building Life project, because together with France, Germany, UK, and the Netherlands, all the main European countries will define a political roadmap supporting the supply chain to reach net zero in 2050. When I think of urban regeneration, urban development, in my mind I think of a Porta Nuova neighborhood or some neighborhoods in Hamburg and Manchester, but I cannot think of this concept applied to the oldest city center of Bari. The Bari left. I was in Bari recently. Last time I was there, it was 10 years ago. Actually, you are right. The mayor should be commended because he did a wonderful job. Bari has improved very much. And here I'd like to go back to what our Mayor Ricci said this morning. In Italy, we're witnessing a fragmentation of operations, of projects. There are some that are best-in-class examples, but then we have a whole territory that should be regenerated, requalified, so very small operators, both design-wise and construction-wise. Hence the problems. Demolition of small buildings are difficult. If while walking along the Decumanus, we realized how the demolition of some buildings had brought to materials that were being recycled for foundations. And this wouldn't be possible in a small construction yard in Italy. This is the problem we have. But we have the potential to develop solutions as Green Building Council. For instance, 3 years ago, we sponsored a research that is bearing its fruits now. And based on this research, we put forth waste disposal centers for building material. There is an experimental consortium of all these centers. And this is an example of how Italy can develop solutions, even for other European countries. In 2019, in Oslo, when speaking about circular economy, I quoted this example. This research was still ongoing, and I said, in Italy, we are thinking of organizing small collection centers for building waste materials so that the seller of construction material, building materials, can become themselves the collection centers of this waste. I presented the project there. But countries like Greece or Spain started saying, we have the same problems. Can we import your model? And that was a great example that we set. So we can give and receive. And if we just looked at Italy, we would make steps forward, but we would miss very many opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Caffi, Vice President of the European Regional Network of GBC, Filippo Oriana, President of Aspasi. Fabrizio, please remain here with us. Please leave 2 chairs here. Fabrizio, please stand up. You are my partner. The alarm is telling me that we had to finish, to complete the session. There is a connection with Crisafi, Mr. Crisafi. Happy to hear from you. It's a great pleasure to see you, even though online. I am one of your supporters. Congratulations for your show and congratulations for this very important event. Thank you very much. At the beginning, we were supposed to have your speech. You can hold it now. You are the president of the Observatory for the Care of the Common House, of our common house. When we speak about living in a building, we must think of every single moment of our life. And indeed, this is key in our life. Filippo is a great friend, and with Marco Mari too, we always dreamt of making our real estate portfolio more sustainable. We have been saying this for years, but now the time has come. My organization is made up by experts, civil society, religious associations, public authorities, whose aim is for the world to be in harmony with creation, in line with the sustainability criteria. And Marco Mari is our guru of sustainability. Once again, we are asked to protect the nature instead of exploiting it. We do not have any more time. We needed to cut down on fuel poverty and decarbonize the built environment to make it more resilient. We must take care of the creation, reducing our impact, starting from the real estate portfolio, whether these buildings are in larger cities or small villages. We should also be worrying about reporting the energy protocols, both at a national and international level. Yesterday we had a meeting with various Vatican representatives where we listed 10 green commandments. These are all topics that we developed together with the GBC, and these documents are at your disposal. Thank you very much. Mr. Crisafi, President of the Observatory for the Care of our Common Home. Fabrizio, I was saying, Giuliano should be coming on the stage because we need to present a book, Green Buildings in Italy. Giuliano Dallò, you are kindly invited on stage. You be given a microphone, don't worry. Here it is. There is no jingle. I won't sing it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I cannot sing the jingle. Before the book presentation, I'd like to invite on stage Stephen Richardson. Mr. Dallò, can you take your seat? Stephen Richardson is invited on stage so that he can give us his experience. He's director of the European Regional Network World GBC, and he's also a taxonomist. He's an expert on finance taxation that can support the green turnaround towards change. Welcome.
Al centro della settimana scorsa, che è stata il Green Building, la settimana del Green Building, e quindi la mia domanda per Stephen.
So my question for Stephen Richardson, why resilience? What does it mean?
Perché la resilienza degli edifici? Thank you. If I could, will the slides come up? Is that possible? I have some slides. If not, I can do it without slides too. But if we have them, that'd be great. So I was asked to speak about the importance of finance and also to touch on how the financial sector and the interface between the built environment and finance can deliver on global goals, whether we're thinking about Paris or the SDGs. And last week, as our host said, we were speaking within the network a lot about resilience. And I think when we think about finance, something that the financial community spends a lot of time thinking about is risk. And risk and resilience are closely related themes. And we talked last week, if you've seen some of the images and if you've been to any of the events, you may have seen we had 3 themes related to resilience. We spoke about resilience to climate change, we spoke about resilience for people, and we spoke about resilient economies. And those 3 themes are quite closely mirroring the 3 pillars of sustainability: the environmental, the social, and the economic. And the reason why I think the resilience theme is important for us as built environment professionals is that when we look through this lens of resilience, it brings into focus the issue of vulnerability. And the recent months, you can't fail to have seen that our built environment, which we tend to think of as solid and long-lasting, is actually incredibly vulnerable and fragile. Whether we think of the fires, the floods, the hurricanes, earthquakes, all of these physical risks that our built environment is vulnerable to. And when they occur, the impact that they have is incredibly deep. You know, we've spent all day talking about buildings and about the built environment, and I think, you know, we're probably, you know, I don't know about you, but maybe at some point we've heard enough. So if you'll go with me for a minute, I'd like to invite you to close your eyes and just picture for a moment a loved one, someone important to you, your children, your spouse, a parent. You know, the built environment is the canvas where our lives are painted. You know, it's the stage where those relationships, those interactions that you have with your loved ones are played out. And that's why vulnerability and resilience in the built environment is so fundamental, so fundamental to consider. And I don't see the slides, but we had some images that we were sharing last week where we looked at the SDGs through this lens of resilience, and whichever ones you look at, you know, there are many that relate to the built environment, whether it's climate, whether it's affordable energy, inequality, access to I've said access to affordable energy. We've had that one, health and well-being. That all of these are a resilient built environment is fundamental to all of them. Or if we flip it around and think about vulnerability, a vulnerable built environment it undermines them all fatally, all of these goals that we have. So resilience is absolutely key for our sector, and it's really especially important for the financial community, and that's where the two really come together when we think about the physical risks that our built assets are subject to, but also the economic risks that has when they are impacted by these increasingly frequent, increasingly intense climate events.
Can I ask you, what is European GBC doing to advance resilience buildings or resilience in buildings?
Absolutely. So we've heard today a lot of inspiring stories and commitments from stakeholders here in Italy. It's really inspiring to hear all that. One of the things that I love about my job is that I get to have those same conversations 23 times across Europe with all of our other members. So these stories are playing out all across the network, and we as the secretariat, if you like, we have a role to connect, to build that network, to ensure that, you know, the expertise, the leadership is being transferred. I was talking last night with Marco Mari about the work GBC Italia is doing on heritage, and how can we make sure that is being shared across the network. The manifesto, all of this great leadership needs to be shared, and that's one of our roles. But we do that in two main ways, and firstly is about collaborative projects, and we've heard a lot about building life already. The other is collective advocacy, and the two often go hand in hand, and certainly that's the case in building life. You've heard here how the GBC here is working on building this common vision for how to decarbonize the sector, but how to ensure that impacts on policy, and we're doing the same across 10 countries and at European level. So we're bringing together leaders right across the sector. In Brussels, we've convened a group of more than 15 different associations. Some of the unusual voices that, you know, if you know the sector well, and I'm sure all of you do, you'll know that getting the steel and the concrete and the timber industry to talk to each other about whole life carbon can be tricky. And yet we're doing that in the project. And that is really, you know, that is taking collaboration to another level. It's the was it unprecedented collaboration that Liz mentioned earlier. And we're also convening national policymakers. We've built a forum for peer exchange at the national level, so that policymakers from the different countries that we engage with can have that opportunity to also to share their best practices and learn from each other. And at the city level, we work with some of the big city networks. I'm sure you know C40, ICLE, CNCA. We're partnering with them, but we're also working directly with cities through the GBC network. So our Build Upon project, which I'm sure many of you will have heard of, is working with, I think, now 33 cities to build a framework that allows them to really track the multiple benefits of renovation. And with renovation, we come back to this theme of resilience again, because one of our big challenges in Europe is the vulnerability and dealing with the vulnerability of our old existing buildings. And so we're working with those cities to test this framework. And that, again, that holistic piece, which we've heard a lot about today, taking a systems view, thinking about the big picture, when we apply that to renovation, we're able to build a bigger, stronger business case. And again, that's a tool for unlocking more finance. You know, we've heard all about the renovation wave, but how will we fund that? And one of the key things is to build those co-benefits out and really understand how to bring stakeholders together to unlock them.
I introduce you as a taxonomist. I don't even know if this word really exists, but I mean an expert in tax that can help to go into green buildings. What can taxes do for that? And by the way, we were broadcasting your slides, so if you want to help yourself with that.
Okay. Didn't see them. So I'm glad you said taxonomist and not taxidermist, which in English is the person that stuffs dead animals. So I'm not doing that.
Oh, sorry. So that I have to change my following question.
It's not my hobby. So the taxonomy is a theme we've heard about. It's something I'm sure many of you in the room have started to grapple with. The taxonomy is a tool that the EU, the European Commission, is developing, and World GBC is a member. I represent World GBC in the platform on sustainable finance, representing the whole network, where we're working on developing. Here's the building life slide. Then we get to build upon. If you could bring up the next slide, and then I think after that we have building taxonomy. So this is the framework for the cities. You can see there the Build Upon Squared framework. And the next slide is about the taxonomy.
Here we are.
Perfect. So how are we building this taxonomy? Well, we the taxonomy is a particularly, or has the potential to be a particularly powerful tool, because it addresses this risk piece that I've mentioned and the resilience piece from two different perspectives. On the one hand, it deals with physical risks. So it has these 6 environmental objectives. We heard that from Kelly Russell-Catella. She mentioned the 6. There's climate change, adaptation, mitigation, circular economy, biodiversity, water, pollution. It's a very broad agenda. So it's tackling those physical risks. But it's also, because it's a financial tool, it's dealing with the economic risks as well. And that's a very powerful combination. So excuse me, I get the right bits of my notes up. So on the physical side, we have those 6 objectives. On the financial side, we have this aspect of it being a reporting enabler. It allows companies to report, but also it's being described as a transition tool. So companies can report how they progress over time. That it's not just a snapshot for now. You can look at, as a company, you can look at your assets, your investments, and see how are we transitioning over time to become more taxonomy aligned. So in that sense, it's a powerful tool for dealing with this issue of resilience. And I think the most important aspect of the taxonomy are the bottom 2 here on the slide on the right. It is evidence and science-based, and it's dynamic. And another point Liz mentioned, which I thought was really important, is this idea of responsive policy. We need policy that moves with the times, and the taxonomy, in theory at least, is designed to do that. It will be updated over time, and our role as the World Green Building Council, as the GBCs in the network, is to make sure that happens and to ensure that the Commission is following that mandate to remain science-based. And I've had conversations even today with people who've said, you know, this taxonomy it's really difficult, and I have many of those conversations, and it's you know, it's fair to say it's really sort of shaking up the market, and that's obviously a good and a bad thing. But what we've seen is that our members, the GBCs, are also really stepping out in terms of supporting the market to implement this tool, this new framework, this classification system. We have GBCs offering, certification, verification of taxonomy alignment. And what we hear is that, once you start to engage with it, and I think this is a message for all of you that are worrying about the taxonomy, once you really sort of start to engage, you don't need to panic. It's big and complicated, but it can be done. And the GBC network is there to support. So that's another thing that our network is doing to ensure, on the one hand, that we're supporting the development through the platform, we're also supporting the rollout practically on the ground. And I'll just end by saying that, the world is watching Europe on this topic. There are taxonomies being developed and discussed in many different markets around the world, and everybody is looking to Europe. So we have an opportunity, but also a responsibility to make sure we get this right. And also, and if you could bring up the final slide, again, to come back to, the family that we're part of. I mentioned that in my opening remarks. It's great to connect with our network. We have...
Andiamo alla slide successiva.
Thank you.
Eccola
So
qua.
we have 23 GBCs in Europe, 8 partners. This network, this community of stakeholders, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we are playing our part in ensuring that this taxonomy is made a success, and that the market responds and picks it up, and that it follows the science, and that we end up with a taxonomy that is driving us towards a Paris-aligned, resilient built environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen Richardson. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. Grazie al direttore della rete.
Thanks a lot to
europea di
the
GBC
director of the
tutti gli
European
argomenti che
Network
un po'
of GBC. All themes we shall go back to. I sit here with Giuliano Dallò for the presentation of this second book, Green Building in Italy. Giuliano Dallò, former president of GBC in Italy, full professor of environmental physics, and he curated this wonderful volume, Green Building in Italy is the title, and we shall dive into reality from the manifesto to real implementation. And it's a textbook it's a volume that collects successful cases in the field of green building. It's the second volume, and I'd like to start from a small difference in the title compared to the first one. Why? Because the acronym LEAD is no longer there. No, the acronym LEAD is no longer there, not because GBC doesn't promote LEAD protocols, or rather, we strongly believe in this family of protocols, but because we thought it important to speak about green building and also consider other international protocols, just like, for example, here we have introduced green certified buildings and also other certified buildings. This is important. Our community is not a community, an inward-looking community. 3 years ago, we organized a conference at the Polytechnic University, inviting representatives of all the protocols to make a joint effort. It's important that such protocols are serious, certified, guaranteed. In a publication like this, it was important to launch a strong message. And furthermore, operators choose the best protocol from time to time. Also, the mix of protocols lead well and so on and so forth. They represent a standard of some promoters. And this is, how can I say, a highly inclusive aspect, and it's also GBC's ambition to coordinate a movement that some way or another communicates to the community of those that are interested and consider green building and green turning point important. I get to the book, why should we get to green buildings or sustainable neighborhoods? And the transition from the building to the neighborhood is an essential step. Before, I forgot to say that we're part of the network of Green Building Council, and others adopt different protocols. It falls within the logic of the community that you should speak about all good practices. The neighborhood represents the place where sustainability must be promoted. And a novelty of this edition compared to the previous one, also because we had very few elements, we have introduced and analyzed 3 neighborhoods.
A lot was mentioned about these neighborhoods during the day. Porta Nuova neighborhood, City Life, and the third one, which is called Uptown, by Coima and Aero Milano. And it is the first time that we speak about the city. This morning we spoke about the need to measure the sustainability on a city level, urban level. Indicators should not be made from scratch. They are already there. And we also have here with us the mayor of the Savona municipality. This was a very interesting experience that we had. As it was mentioned at the beginning, my TV show is considered as being popular, and I'm proud of this. And when I organize my show, oftentimes I'm asked, why don't you speak about sustainability, green themes? And I must confess that these topics are considered as rich people themes. Do we run this risk when we talk about green building? Yes. It might be so, because I'll never manage to go and live in the vertical forest by Stefano Boeri. I would like to, but I cannot afford it. These are the buildings that changed the image of the Milan city, and all the benefits can be felt even by the neighboring communities. People go there because they like to be there, even though they cannot afford living there. Before COVID, I went to take some pictures at Porta Nuova neighborhood, and it was full of people and families and children enjoying the park, etc. Houses might be very expensive there, but these neighborhoods are kept alive to the benefit of the local community, not to the benefit of the inhabitants of these expensive buildings. And this policy should also be extended to suburbs. As a GBC, we adopted a catchphrase from the European network, which is the new normal. New normal entails a new normal for everybody. But let's enjoy these buildings. Let's enjoy these regenerated neighborhoods. For instance, when I was a child, the so-called Isola of Milan, the neighborhood close to Porta Nuova, was very cheap. Nowadays, homes are very expensive there. It is difficult to buy homes there because it's very expensive, definitely so. And also, it is beautiful to see that communities are set up. These are neighborhoods which are very lively, and there are many others like these. COIMA has started a certification process, both wealth for community and live for community, that goes well beyond the borders of the individual neighborhood, and the relationship is established with the rest of the city. You can take a walk. I was there last summer when taking some pictures from the library of trees, and they also put some sun chairs. You could book them and sit in the sun. It didn't look like Milan. And then you can take walk along pedestrian lanes, and you have a different feeling of Milan. Well, if Milano had a seaside, a coastline, it would be like Bari. Yes, and indeed, this is the analysis I put in my book. Even decentralized green buildings can become ways to regenerate the whole area, because it might be that the neighboring building is regenerated, though not being certified as green. So the full process is started. 350 green buildings in Milan, a lot, not just the vertical forest. And we'll be saying this when we'll be awarding our prizes. There is a bit of mistrust towards ecological transition because it is considered something that will change relationships. What do you think about ecological transition? What is the role that GBC aims at playing in this transition? I'm convinced that ecological transition, thanks to GBC work, started many years ago. This is an achievement. This is a success story. This is not something that is being showcased. And yes, this is a political moment that we're living, whereby incentives are granted in the green building field. But actually, the Porta Nuova neighborhood was established or was started 25 years ago. So the revolution has been started many years ago. It's not just a topical thing. And this value shouldn't be wasted. And when we talk about ecological transition, and we just referred to the 110% incentive for refurbishment of buildings, I think of the tenants or the owners of flats that just worry about the 10% that is allocated to the bodies that are ready to bear the burden of the debt with the state. But this is, of course, a wrong approach. I no longer speak about energy transition because we are really living a stage where we feel the need for a social transition, not an energy one. We are much ahead of what we are expected. We drawn a map This is the Milano Green City map. In Rome, we have 100 certified green buildings. In Milan, 300. And then there is the issue of regeneration, refurbishment of heritage buildings. Rome is one of the most sustainable cities that we have. Or better, Milan, sorry. This roadmap was very much appreciated because this is very useful, and this is very useful to understand what has been going on in Milan. This is transition. So you expressed a negative opinion on this 110% incentive. I remember that when the Prime Minister presented this incentive, the message was, we'll be paying the works and you pocket 10%. And owners, apartment owners started fighting over this 10%. And because this is what people understood. I don't think that granting all works for free is not the right path. Public works are more important than that. De Caro said we should be extending this right to the public administration, to municipalities as well. Who is paying for it? I mean, if municipalities are granted this right, who is paying for it? Yes, it could be a short circuit. Yes. What is important here is that our building stock is huge, and that could be invested upon heavily. For instance, I'm carrying out research with some of my PhD students on social housing. If we regenerate, redevelop these houses, we'll be developing neighborhoods which are more beautiful, and beauty is key. We spoke about green buildings, their cost effectiveness, but what about their beauty, aesthetics? Well, green buildings lead to aesthetical buildings, beautiful buildings. If I think of the former Varesine neighborhood and now look at the Porta Nuova neighborhood, I really think this is a dream come true. People live well. They enjoy the parks. There is no aggressiveness, because if in some neighborhoods we implement regeneration policies, people live well in general. I mean, they don't need to live in the vertical forest because it is too expensive, but they can enjoy the surroundings. What I'm saying in my book is that Milan has become the new Renaissance, the new Florence, because the new Renaissance is beauty, it is not sacrifice. Urban regeneration is beauty. Even Pope Francis speaks about beauty. We shouldn't be ashamed in living in a beautiful neighborhood. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Dallò. Once again, the book is Green Buildings in Italy, please, we should take these armchairs. We no longer need them. Green Buildings in Italy. This is the second volume, and we should be proud of what's in it, because it covers all success stories that we experienced in Italy. Now, we move to our award ceremony, and the President is kindly invited on stage. The first award is for leadership in design and performance. There should be a jingle.
All depends on you, only you. Once upon a time, love was in the air. Flowers were blooming, love was everywhere. The times are changing faster than the speed of light. Forgetting the pleasures of walking in the morning light. Time to stop and think. It's time to make things right. Time to make a miracle. Depends on you tonight. Time to make a miracle. Make a future plan. A miracle's in the making. The future's in our hands. Remember our elders, they gave us everything. Our children even taught us to love the simple things. Pass the word, my brothers, to all the ones you love. Give back to Mother Nature, respect from those who love. Time to stop and think, it's time to make things right. Time to make a miracle, depends on you tonight. Time to make a miracle, make a future plan. A miracle's in the making, the future's in our hands. So take a look around you, admire a waterfall. Appreciate the beauty that's been given to us all. Beauty Mother Nature needs from help from you. A miracle's understanding the future's up to you. Time to stop and think, y'all. It's time to make things right. Time to make a miracle. Depends on you tonight. Time to make a miracle. Make a future plan. A miracle's in the making, the future's in your hands. Time to make a miracle, let's make a future plan. A miracle's in the making, the future's in our hands. Time to make a miracle, make a future plan. A miracle's in the making, the future's in our hands. The future is in your hands.
Il futuro è nelle nostre mani.
The future is in our hands. Your future is in my hands for the next hour or so. So I'll try and stick to the time allocated to us. This is a part of the day which is very important. These awards are not just for those who were good and those who were not so good, but this is a recognition granted to a community, granted to the best projects amongst the many that were equally praiseworthy. So it is the expression of a community chapter by chapter. Let's start with leadership in design and performance. Lend-Lease is the company that will be awarding the prize, Mrs. Boschi. I'll be presenting the various projects, the various applicants. Lead Platinum, presented by Manon Stives. Next. Second project, Lead Gold Milan, Texer is the member that presented it. Lead Gold Milan, presented by Tecna SPA. Project Forf, Lead Gold Padua project, presented by Abitec. This is Padua. Palazzo Gulinelli, project number 5. The last applicant, GBC Historic Building Oro, Ferrara. Very interesting project presented by Binario Lab. And the winner is... I can carry the envelope. There is nothing on it. The winner is... all outstanding projects at Palazzo Gulinelli, Ferrara, Cristiano Ferrari, together with Eugenio Artoli, will be awarded the prize by Mrs. Boschi.
Congratulations for the exceptional work done. More beautiful building than this, it's impossible. And congratulations. Let's take a picture all together. A word on beauty. 2 words. 2 words on beauty, not more. I've spoken so far. And I said, how can we do with historic buildings in Italy? I'd like to extend the greetings of Eugenio Artioli and the foundation, the owner, that played a fundamental role in this project. Simply said, I'd like to refer to the manifesto we submitted today. Our project falls within the various actions, instruments and principles of this manifesto. Decarbonization, for example, we regenerated a historic building so important for Ferrara, and that was developed in the second half of the 19th century, but its origins date back to the 16th century. 1,000 square meters decorated surface, original flooring. In terms of innovation and digitalization, another important point, we received the Digital Award 2020, and we did an important job in the project of restoration and recovery, then centrality of people and principles. And the foundation wanted a project representing the simplicity of the place and also of the universe. We responded to the principles of the manifesto. 3.5 years, my colleague Artioli worked on a daily basis in the yard. We disassembled and reassembled a building 3,800 square meters, and we replaced floorings, decorations, and sometimes in a different way. The important thing was to keep the matter of the place and new elements that are, however, completely recyclable in 100 years, the building can change its destination of use. What we have assembled can be disassembled and fully recovered. Congratulations. And I am an architect. I have a degree in restoration. I fully appreciate the connection and have been explained that even if it's a historical stock, it can be highly performing in terms of the environment and energy efficiency. That's the road to take. Thank you so much for having made a miracle to follow. The important thing is that it is repeatable. That's also another message. Thank you so much, Cristiano Ferrari. Thank you so much to Nadia Boschi, Lend-Lease. I get to the second nomination, Leadership in Enterprise and Sustainability. I'd like to invite COIMA that will give the award, Stefano Corbella. Stefano, reach us. Leader platform in investment and real estate management on behalf of institutional investors. COIMA will have the floor, and then we shall see the nominations. Just 2 words to confirm how important it is to celebrate the spirit and the initiative to integrate sustainability in the business model. I'm very happy I can contribute to a world company, but just like we said, all companies participating in the group are making a wonderful job. So please, nominations. You have big producers of materials, big companies, small-sized companies. That's the most interesting part of our market. Applicant number 1, COIMA. Sorry. CONE. And then MP. 3, Diazen. 4, Duravit. 5, ICMQ. And last but not least, Interface. And the winner is Diazen. A dear friend is here with us, Diego. Congratulations. You have the floor. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank GBC and the President, Mari, and all of the community. For us, it's a recognition of a path. We've always been sustainable. We relied on sustainability so many years ago. We met Cork, and we loved circular economy cellulose, for example, because we come from Fabriano, the place of paper. We become a wonderful group with so many guys in the standard of GBC and lead in the standards. We found a key to compete in the world. We represent Italy of the manufacturing outskirts that is central for the economy of our country, that find in such standards a big lever to compete in the world. We are also a benefit corporation, B Corp, to recognize even more, not just in the sustainability, but in the economy of the common good, one of the keys of the economy of the future that we are proud to represent. Thank you so much. You are all experts. You started from Cork? Yes. What do you do? Tell us. What do you do? We manufacture products for thermal insulation, sound absorption. We take the scrap of cork caps, we grind them and patented products that are spray applied. It's not panels, it's our own technology. And this technology has been chosen for the Paris subway. And we are a wonderful entity with more than 80% of its turnover outside of Italy, but we're working on Italy. Congratulations. A picture, and especially cork cups. When we unbottle a bottle, we know that the cork ends in a panel. Something to stress. they've always supported the Italian GBC community because you realized that energy protocols requested certain characteristics, and so now the market starts in Italy. So you're ahead. Congratulations. I'd like to renew my congratulations. I had the pleasure to meet him before, some hours ago, during lunch break, and he spoke about his story as an entrepreneur, setting up such a highly performing enterprise based on the circular economy, mainstream economy. Today it's important, and I'm happy this company has been awarded the prize. It's important to recognize farsightedness in terms of sustainability, real sustainability. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Diego. Thanks a lot to Stefano Corbella. If you agree with me, we go beyond, go on, with an important award. It is devoted to Mario Zoccatelli, the founder of GBC. It's a Green Building Leadership Award in the public sector, because just like we stressed before, the public sector owns so much and it can do so much. And in this case, I let you introduce the applicants, and then we invite the person that will give the award. And we have 3 public structures. Others got to know the minute after the tender was closed. However, first, Padua Municipality for an action plan, sustainable projects that are quite extended. Secondly, one of the biggest tendering entities, state property, and minimum environmental criteria in building. It's compulsory for a public administration, and it requires accounting. You can do it like this or through energy environmental protocols. And lastly, Brescia Municipality for sustainable school light. It's a central theme. Sustainable school lights. Sustainable lights. Stop me. So the person that gives the award, Francesca Valerio, as a chart. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. Before, we spoke about the importance of stratification, also not in competition, but to guarantee the public. Yes, we are a historical member of GBC. We've been so for more than 10 years. We are an entity that assesses GBC. We know the importance of protocols, minimum environmental criteria. We're fully involved in the activities of GBC. And they also have a very severe task. They choose some members. The Vice President. So, we're going on. No, go backwards. And the winner is Padua Municipality with action plans of sustainable projects, web online. The reference person, Daniela Luise, she's connected online. She cannot be with us today. We thank her so much, and especially congratulations. The microphone shares an angel voice. When she opens the mouth, you hear angels. The mic is on. Now it works. Welcome. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much to GBC for this important award. And I'd like to extend the thanks of the municipal administration, specifically environmental councillor Chiara Gallani. And we presented big work that we carried out in the last 2 years. The action plan for sustainable energy and climate, with which we really wanted to introduce important planning in the city, also through close collaboration with stakeholders with the main objective to reduce CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030. So it is strictly in line with the recent objectives of the European Commission. And we worked a lot on the theme of construction, be they public or private, also thanks to a couple of projects specifically. A European project with which we shall have a one-stop shop aimed at the public-private collaboration to foster energy regeneration of private buildings specifically, and also a project that we are finalizing with GBC, built upon to, with which we have integrated sustainability objectives that can be measured inside our plan. And this was an activity that was possible thanks to GBC and thanks to the collaboration with many Italian but also European subjects. Dr. Luise, I'm sorry because sometimes I'm ignorant. I read the 85 pages of the project, but I didn't get what the one-stop shop is. It's untranslatable into Italian. And the application consisted of 85 pages. Before falling asleep, it's always a pleasant reading. Yes, please. It will be a public-private company with the objective to promote energy regeneration of private buildings in the city. And we are working on it with private partners. And it will be active between the end of the year, the beginning of next year. The objective is to go beyond the super incentive theme and to keep on working on those segments of buildings that cannot obtain the fiscal advantages available now, because we know that the impact energy consumption in a city, apart from emissions, it affects 30-35% of the total of the emissions of a city. Thank you so much for responding to me. And here we have a virtual picture, and we shall send you the award via email virtually now. Thanks a lot. Congratulations to the Padua municipality. Oh yes, we have a representative of Veneto from the Padua municipality, and he also speaks the dialect. Thank you so much. Congratulations. If you don't get the award, it's a problem. Thank you. Considering the importance of the award and also our tribute to Mario in this category, we have a special mention. I'd like to ask Francesca to stay with us, and you, President, have the honor to disclose the mention. Let's go back before next few applications. Mirna Terenziani Award. It's a project that is disrupting various Italian territories with measured sustainability. And in substance, what is it?
Can we slide the change, please? This is honorable mention. The Mario Zoccatelli Prize. Why this honorable mention? Because this project is radically changing the market of the public administration. The fact that a contracting body introduces
the minimum environmental criteria in its specifications means that in cities like Genoa, Bologna, Bari, or Naples, tender after tender has requirements to comply with the best digital technologies, BIM, and environmental requirements. Ricardo Blanco is kindly invited to receive this honorable mention. Congratulations. Good evening. After this suspense, actually, the President covered everything. I refer back to what the President said, but also to what previous speakers said. This honorable mention is extremely important to us because it rewards the good work, hard work we did, and this is a way to prompt us to do better. Mr. Gambardella and Mr. Camona are extending their greetings. Our agency is aiming at regenerating public buildings, and this is an important commitment. We want to cut public spending. We want to reduce the spaces for public administration offices, optimizing these spaces. But we also aim at creating urban architectural value, adopting economic protocols. Our agency maintains 32,000 public buildings, 62 billion euro. This makes you understand how important the building portfolio, the building stock we manage is, and how this can have an impact on the Italian economic system. The whole building life cycle is to be protected. This is granted in the private sector, not so in the public sector. The pilot project that we are working on, for which we're being awarded an honorable mention, already illustrate our vision. The idea is to develop sustainable buildings, being aware of what we do and how we do it across the board in all stages. It is our technicians that work in collaboration with regional governments, and this makes you understand how our professionalism has been enhanced. You mentioned BIM, the sustainability protocol is considered a must. Could you just quote an example of these tenders? The 5 projects presented share the feature of regenerating, refurbishing historical heritage buildings, to regenerate them, to refurbish them means to add value, to create value in the neighborhood. I dealt with the former barracks in Genoa. This is a heritage building in the city center, close to Genoa. city center, which is a UNESCO World Heritage. And in this building, we managed to relate with the GBC in the preliminary stage of design. When we select professionals that must follow us during the implementation stage, we pay attention to specific requirements. We reward professionalism, expertise, and innovation, not the lowest price. This is not what we're interested in. We want to produce value. Even though, as we heard before, using certified raw materials, using innovative technologies, exploiting renewable energy sources is more expensive. It costs 4 to 8% more, but it is performing. The barracks was being used by the army. It has been decommissioned 10 years ago. It will host public offices, the mafia police office, and also the police headquarters. And such a rationalization is part of a further one that will allow the Italian government to save 2.2 billion euro just because we renovated the 2 buildings. And these are decommissioned buildings. We are still contracting the works. It's a matter of understanding how we can work together with the developers. We have been collaborating with them, and I must admit that the level of design and technical expertise in your agency is very high. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the honorable mention awarded to this body, public body. Thank you very much. Now, the next prize. This is in the memory of Mirna Terenziani. This is a prize in the memory of a great lady. Mario Pinoli from Greenwich. Together with Rita Mattei, you're both invited on stage. Greenwich, one of the most expert consultants. Thank you. A beautiful event. This is a great backdrop because this was the hallmark of Expo Milan 2015, which was a great success story. Thank you for your quality work. Thank you. I'm honored to award this prize as a woman who has been working in Greenwich for the past 10 years in favor of sustainability. Margherita Finamore is the first candidate in Pesaro. Second candidate. Next slide, please.
Valeria Lorenzelli, Cascina Uptown District, Euro Milan. These were the applicants. Being two excellent examples, one in the public world, the other one in the private sphere, we decided to grant an honorable mention to Margherita Finamore. You are invited on stage. And also Valeria Lorenzelli should be here and is invited on stage. These are two very important fields. Valeria, are you there? Two very beautiful projects. Valeria, please join us. Two outstanding projects. Margherita has been very stubborn in convincing a public administration that tender had to be called based on international protocols. The public administration is not represented by mayors, but all the other officials. And Valeria, I know that it is very difficult to carry out these kinds of projects even in the private sector. Thank you very much. This is a great honor to be awarded such a prize in person. I'm very honored, and it was a lot of hard work. It was difficult to work in the public sector. I focused on quality to the benefit of users. This was a school. Great attention was paid to schools after COVID, and the quality was guaranteed by means of technical standards specified in the tender specifications, which are then certified. And this this was also in line with the minimum environmental criteria dictated by the Ministry for the Environment. We got the LEED certification. 88 points were scored out of 100. The first green European school. The children call this school Earth Saving School. It is beautiful. Yes, it is beautiful, and it is set against a neighborhood that is built and overbuilt. I'm an architect, and my idea of a building is of a human being that must understand the community where the building is positioned, what has to be changed when changes are introduced. No land was used because we actually demolished a 1950 army warehouse. Energy-wise, it is a near zero energy building. This thanks to the study of the shell of the building, where energy supply has been reduced to the minimum. 36,000 euro is the cost for the solar panels used to fuel the building at the school.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Valeria, please tell us about your experience. It is not far away from here. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Thank you to GBC. Thank you to Euro Milano. Its CEO, Mr. Di Punto, is to be thanked. Also, Martino is to be thanked. He is my colleague, and we have been rebuilding the beauty of this palace. The Uptown project is at Cascina Merlata, so close by. As I said, we started off in 2017. And we worked in the direction of sustainability in our refurbishment design. What was missing was what you mentioned during your conversations. You said that Marco and Maria, so ordinary citizens, should be engaged in these refurbishments. Social relationships are hard to rebuild in a spontaneous manner. Our work was to try and re-establish this relationship with the piazza, with the agora, with the square, with the neighborhood. The inhabitants have increased from 400 to 7,000. We felt the need to relate residents with places such as a park, a very large park, 3,000 square meters. And regenerate a neighborhood means to again connect citizens with the surroundings. Neighborhoods which are outside the city center must be focused upon, because they are important for the quality of the city. And we should be inviting Mrs. Anna Villari on stage. Valeria Lorenzelli receives the honorable mention. We're all women. We're very happy for this. Thank you. We strongly believe in this. The Uptown and Cascina Merlata projects are both great. This means building, using your soul. We can't translate comments outside the microphone. Greenwich turns 14 tomorrow. Well, congratulations. Happy birthday. Thank you. What I'd like to say is that sustainability is woman. Most of the operators in this field are women.
green building operators are mainly women. I do not know why, because this has to do with us women being multitasking. We deal with shells of building, the selection of construction material. We have a global vision, a global view of the building, and I'm honored to award this prize on behalf of all women. Buildings hosts us, welcome us, so we are in love with them. Without women, nothing is sustainable. I just had a child, so sustainability is impossible without women. Let's take an opportunity picture. Thank you.
We've gotten to the moment of the award of the chapter of the year. First, I'd like to invite the Vice President, if it's okay with you. Okay, invite him, if it's okay with you. Yes. I don't know if nominations cover all the Italian regions. It's all the Italian regions because our territory is made up of members. Members are in the territories, and the chapters are collection points of activities, advocacy, and territorial response. What do you want to add, Vice President? I can also add that I find that there's a strong link between the territory and the chapter activity. I gave the plaque to Pesaro chapter in the Marche region. There's alignment of vision, and we agreed upon so many things, and also the idea of the path that we can take together, because the association lives, especially if you are continuously present in the territories, if you're close, also in Pesaro, Bari, Rome, everywhere. And we should explain. First of all, we have this mission. We should explain what we do and who we are. Margherita Finamore didn't say it, but it's important. And building lead, as she did, she didn't add any additional euros compared to standard building. It's not just the vertical forest, and it's a possible example from a certain viewpoint, but it's impossible for others. And that's a school. And congratulations. And here you have some colored dots, and there's a symbol. You see, you should know that the United States Green Building Council has a maple leaf, and when we had to make a choice for Italy, we decided to opt for the grape leaf. All those dots are chapters. We have two levels of chapters, emerging chapters and already merged chapters. When you have a number of members active in the territory, when members want to actively participate, the action is not managed from the central head offices. We always support, however, but we let the family grow with leadership, local governance. It's important because when chapters are set up, you have a steering committee, first of all, and members collaborate on the territory, and they're contagious. And they carry out so many actions. Up until some time ago, pre-COVID, it was even more important in presence. But since COVID, chapters have been active, and however, and they support us a lot. And in this year, difficult year, who wins? Chapter of the year. The award goes to an important chapter where I have been residing. Emilia-Romagna, I ask its Secretary Gildo Somasetti, Deputy Secretary Fabrizio Moretti, and also Cinzia Generelli, Cristiano Ferrari, members of the board, some others who cannot be with us, please come and celebrate together. You already came. What do you do in Emilia-Romagna? We do so many things. I would say this award is for the resilience we have shown this year, despite difficult moments, and also thanks to my collaborators and new entry Deputy Secretary Fabrizio Moretti and a resource member of GBC, Cinzia Generelli, given to us. This allowed us to keep on with our activity and establish a network between the members that are fully committed and keep on being committed to promote the vision of GBC. I believe it's also an award for Emilia-Romagna, a region that made so much in the field of sustainability, sometimes in a self-referential way. Now they've discovered there are protocols we have a town planning law, and mentioning some articles of them for urban regeneration. There's a tender at the moment, urban regeneration, small municipalities under 30,000 inhabitants, giving additional funds to those that may decide to stratify such small actions with sustainability protocols. And these are important ideas and initiatives, and there are certain things that are of interest for international entities. This makes us extremely proud. I think Marco That's it. Congratulations, congratulations. Fabrizio gives the award. And if you want to say something about the activity, we go through the awards. We're here and there's full appreciation for the activity carried out. I'm happy about the mention given to you. As far as I know, you are extremely active, and especially lately, growth was quite important. So thank you so much, and good work. Congratulations. Let's take a picture with the two presidents. So, President, I have a duty to send you away from the stage. I'd like to thank Emilia-Romagna. Fabrizio, you should stay with me. We've gotten to the conclusion of this day. Rich, complex day, and I cannot draw the conclusions, and I'd like to give the floor to do it to Fabrizio Capaccioli. The conclusion of this wonderful day, from the manifesto to practice. First of all, I'd like to thank, before delivering my closing speech, I'd like to thank all of those that gave the possibility to organize all of this, because obviously GBC Italy can do so much despite the efforts, sacrifices and time devoted. But in this case, we also needed external support. We'd like to thank Lend-Lease, Greenwich, Coima and as a third for having contributed to the success of this day. And Adwea. Sorry. I'd also like to remind you, they asked me to tell you that at the end of our day, we shall have a cocktail at rooftop, 4th floor, and in a friendly way, we'll exchange some words and say goodbye, just like at the end of such a long day. I listened today with great interest and attention. I listened to political contributions and the vision given by IKEA, Laudes Foundation and all the members supporting the initiative of the Building Life project that has led us today to launch this manifesto. And first and foremost, we have a sharing of values. Values not just sustainable built areas, but a social aspect that goes beyond. Giuliano said it before. Today, living spaces that were conceived not just to be experienced in terms of homes, but in the perspective of a transformation and making them spaces where society deeply changes our way of living. These are social changes that today are further strengthened by the understanding of what cannot be done compared to the period before the pandemic. Provided we can consider to be out of the pandemic, this vision changes the approach, and must change. And Giuliano said today, those that speak about energy transition, they make us smile, because 20 years ago we started taking the first few steps. I took my first lead course at the beginning of 2009, USA, and I already knew Marco and met Zuccatelli, and I got enlightened for the future that he was charting. Now it's high time to be pragmatic. I believe that now, for each one of us, for each member of the community, each member of the community is asked to perform a task that goes beyond the concept of being pragmatic. And sharing this with the board of the association and the president, the Green Lead project is one of those projects where we shall have to work on. And today, there are subjects, our members, but not necessarily our members, but the protagonists of the industry that should bear the responsibility of being an active protagonist in transferring knowledge. I always remember that in Europe, 34 million Europeans still nowadays cannot adequately heat their homes. Hence, it is difficult to imagine a future when we start from such a fact. It's easy to speak about Porta Nuova, but we have a situation just like this. And on the other side, we live in a historic, political, economic context that should allow us, especially to face the future with eyes looking at the problem with a holistic approach. It makes me emotional because, sorry. I say it with thinking that inside the European Union, where very often we speak about well-being, built areas and lives lived at certain levels, and then we still have in such a nearby territory people that don't have the possibility to have heating. I say it not just as a member of GBC, but also as a representative of a Rotary Club, a person that has certain themes that are dear to his heart. And I believe that this should be the direction to take. And what we have said will be the driving force of the near future. Incredible years are ahead of us in terms of responsibility, resources. I'd like to end by saying that we couldn't say we didn't know, in quotation from Gorbachev. When I give interviews, I use it. When future generations will judge those that came before about environmental issues, they can get to the conclusion that they didn't know. Let's make sure that we don't make history as the generation that knew but didn't concern. Thank you so much. Sorry, but sometimes this momentum for the themes having to do with us, we consider the near future, but those that travel a lot, just like I do, and I can tell you that I travel a lot, and I didn't stop traveling also during the pandemic. What I see is very dear to my heart, especially those in need, and I'd like to invite each one of us as a green community to keep on thinking and bear it in mind, because it will be one of the main objectives for the near future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Another picture with the Vice President, and I'd like to end by inviting the President and Professor Dallò. So, from former President to Vice President and President. So, brightening prospects for the future. I stay here at the side. I take a picture with me, and I will send it to my mother. And also without me, for the image I'd like you to bring home. That's good. Thank you so much to each and everyone. Just like the Vice President said, we have a cocktail. Goodbye.
A 2 mesi dalla COP26 di Glasgow e in occasione della conferenza preparatoria del pre-COP26 di Milano, un confronto sul ruolo del mondo delle costruzioni e dell'immobiliare per il contrasto al riscaldamento globale. Il settore dell'edilizia è responsabile di circa il 39%